Good evening. Good evening. And welcome to the July 22nd meeting of the Livermore City Council. I call this meeting to order. Let the roll show that all members of the council are present and accounted for. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Just a heads up, I'm going to reorder the agenda. So if you were here for items 5.03 or 5.06, that was the tobacco retailer license and the homeless emergency aid program. Those are going to be continued to the adjourned regular meeting on July 29th. I'm also going to move item 6.02. This is on the staffing for the Human Services Department. We're going to move 6.02 to immediately after 5.02. Taking notes. 5.02 is the hearing to adopt or to establish the fee schedule. These should be pretty quick items, but this way we can really dive into the items that are of true concern tonight, the 5.04 and 5. So any questions on the reorder? Nope, okay. In that case, next, some of the fun stuff that we get to do. This is 2.01. This is the Little League Baseball. This is the Livermore Baseball Little League Intermediate World Series team recognition. And also this is we've got a proclamation for Play Ball Week. This is something that we have for the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Livermore has been a participant in the Play Ball Week from the very beginning. And in fact, there's a couple of photographs of Gatsby featured in his baseball cap that were featured at the Conference of Mayors. So with that, City of Livermore proclaiming Play Ball Week, July 28th through August 4th, whereas the sport of baseball is called America's national pastime, and whereas the United States Conference of Mayors and Major League Baseball have come together to recognize June through August as Play Ball Summer. And whereas Play Ball Summer encourages families and communities to participate in the game of baseball, which teaches youth the value of teamwork, perseverance, leadership, and sportsmanship. And whereas in conjunction with Play Ball Summer, the City of Livermore declares July 28th through August 4th, 2019, Play Ball Week in Livermore, when the city once again hosts the Little League Intermediate World Series. And whereas the best Little League 50-70 division baseball teams from around the globe will be here in Livermore to compete in what is now the world's pastime, now therefore the City of Livermore proclaims July 28th through August 4th, 2019 as Play Ball Week in Livermore, and welcomes the participants and organizers and fans to the 2019 Little League Intermediate World Series. I believe this is the 7th year that we've been doing this. That is awesome. So with that, I would like to present this to, we have Dave Wetmore, Bill Boomrod, and Kathleen Mincer are here. So with that, I have this proclamation for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and city staff. We're very excited. 5 days from today, we'll have 12 teams that have landed. 7 of those teams have already been chosen as our regional champions, and you have one of them in front of you tonight, which is our host team from Livermore. Representing Asia Pacific, you'll have a team from Seoul, South Korea, from Australia, Perth, from Europe, Africa, the Czech Republic, from Latin America, and they had to play their way in this year very competitively, Puerto Rico, and from Mexico, Matamoros. Today, the team from Alabama won the Southeast, so that'll be the first time that they're coming to us. On behalf of Kathleen Mincer and Kim Young, we're all volunteers with Little League Baseball. We're thrilled to death. Teams arrive next Friday. They're all housed, they're all excited. Saturday, we'll have all festivities, kids out to the park for the first time to see what a beautiful venue that is, and games start on Sunday. All the games are free. It's one of the greatest family-friendly items that you can do. Great snack bar, great souvenirs, great baseball, a great way to meet some new friends. As I say, once again, 9 o'clock game next Sunday. Schedules are all posted on our website. Asia Pacific, Korea versus Mexico may be one of the best games of many games that you'll see during the week. So what I did bring for you tonight.
ESPN, Dave.
Oh, ESPN. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, as you all know, the first 5 years, we had ESPN, they came in for the championship game. Last year, they came in for championship weekend. This year, they'll be with us during the entire event. So we're really thrilled. The first 20 games or so, because there's so many family networks anymore on Disney and ESPN, is on ESPN Plus. So if you go to our link, there's a way to get to ESPN Plus, and I believe it's for the month. It's like a $5 subscription, but you can watch it on your cell phone, on your iPad. I'm not encouraging you to watch it while you're at work, but it's possible to do that also. Haven't been a public employee, I understand that whole routine, but it's a great way to be able to see everybody, dial grandma and grandpa in so they can see it. And ESPN will be rolling in on Friday, so you will see them around town. They love to wear their garb. And once again, we'd like to thank the city. Great relationship, great partnership, and we're looking forward to some Kathleen to make sure that she's got some good first pitches that we'll have during the week. But I did bring a bracket for City Hall, so if somebody from City Hall can keep it updated every day, and we'll go from there. I will take the proclamation back to Williamsport when I go back, and they'll hang it adjacent to all the others that we have from the city. So thank you very much. Thank you, staff. Really appreciate everybody. Thank you.
Recognizing your tremendous contributions to this. Thank you very much. So, thank you. Wish you the best. Thank you.
Later on.
Yeah.
Spring training.
And I see Bill. Bill's
No, he's on the field.
he's back at the grill, right? He's working the field. Okay. We could give that to Bill. And we also have Coach Dan O'Hara. All right. Salvatore Bartolonardo. Oh, Kathleen Mincer. Manager Steve Wild. It's in there somewhere. Rich Arante. Andrew Arante. Christian Clausen. Gavin Couture. Andre Duarte. Esteban Duarte. Tristan Tia. Parker Warner. And Marco Weil. Oh, sure. Right in the back. So work your way through the pictures here.
Hey, you guys looking? Up here. I'm the bossy one.
I wanted to say good luck to everybody. I know that last week at the farmers market, we had them all sign a shirt that Gina bought. So we're pleased, and we'll see you down there on Sunday after we
And certainly,
get to Veterans Way.
certainly like to acknowledge the great job that LARPD does keeping with that field. So thank you so much for to Livermore Area Recreation and Park District for partnering with the city to really bring in this wonderful program. These young men and women play some amazing baseball out there. So by all means, get out there and catch some of the games because it really is a lot of fun. It's exciting, and this is Livermore. The world is coming to Livermore to play baseball. So with that, I'm going to move to the Citizens Forum. These are items that are not on the agenda. The City Council can neither deliberate nor take action. But I ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And we've got a few folks here. Start with Asa Strout, David Kent, and Darcy Kent. Mr. Strout? I saw him in here. There he is. Yeah.
So I'm going to start really quick by saying that if ESPN is here all week, you might want to send someone by my house. I'm right on the corner on Ontario. It's not in good shape right now. So maybe a lawn mowing, like, I don't know. But on a more serious note, I'm coming down here to talk about transparency in both the government and our political discourse. And one of the things I wanted to address tonight was the fact that, me being a member of Unify Livermore, one of our members was banned from online discourse from a community group that runs the page Better Livermore. On top of that, our own council member Bob Coomer was banned. His wife Gina Coomer and former council member Stephen Spadowski was also banned from commenting and engaging in the political discourse online. And I find that behavior very abhorrent because the justification that was used to ban them was that the reasoning was that they are banning people for extremely argumentative, uncivil, disrespectful, and/or not factual comments, which taking that justification and applying it to those 4 individuals is extremely disrespectful to those 4 individuals and disrespectful to the work that they've done for their entire lives. None of those individuals you can put into that classification of saying that they were uncivil, rude, or anything else, any sort of other mental gymnastics that you would take to put them into that category. And I just expect better. And that quote was actually from the owner of the Independent magazine. And when we talk about transparency, if that's the kind of level of effort they're going to do to stifle the transparency of online discourse, what other lengths are we going to go and take to do that? It's a small example, but my most recent letter to the Independent newspaper was titled "Transparency Wanted." Now, that wasn't the original title. That's not what I submitted. My original title was "Transparency and Honesty. We expect better from our local newspaper owner." Now, why that was changed, I don't know for certain. No one told me. No one asked me for a new title. They just changed it. They editorialized it on their own. My only guess would be that the new subject for my letter isn't attractive. It's boring. Transparency wanted. Okay, well, I was specifically calling out a certain individual in my letter specifically because that individual was not behaving in a transparent and honest way, and I wanted people to know that. And so by changing the title, you're changing the discourse. And by changing the discourse, you are not being genuine or fair to the city of Livermore, its residents, it's tourists who come here, it's children, the next generation, and we expect better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. David Kent, Darcy Kent, Dave Finster.
Good evening. I'm going to speak on the Central Park Initiative. I want to thank the staff and the council for driving forward on building the downtown. In the last November election, you received an overwhelming mandate to build downtown, and you continue to deliver. I'm hoping that you won't be distracted by this initiative because it will never survive the pending legal challenges it faces. It is defective on at least 5 counts. 1, it's not a single subject. 2, it fails as a legislative act. And 3, it will be found invalid because it attempts to direct future legislative acts such as zoning. And I know that by calling it a Central Park Act, it's a pretext. They're just attempting to try to find a unifying element for some very unrelated subjects. The city already has a Central Park. It's called Stockman's Park. But what's contained in this initiative is converting the Science Center to a culinary school, transforming the Black Box Theater into a hotel conference center. What will the voters actually be voting on? That is the reason why there's a single subject rule. And the council has the right to make decisions and make legislative acts, but this initiative is really a collection of musings about what might go where. It implies a direction to the council to build a second Bankhead garage, to reroute Railroad Avenue, but there are no funding mechanisms for these things. These things will cost $50 million or more of taxpayers' funds. But it fails as a legislative act because it doesn't actually complete the thought. It is really just a diversion. It's another delaying tactic to create further delays in building the downtown. And one of the critical issues, there's the last 2 counts that it fails on, is it infringes on this council's discretionary power. You guys have been entrusted, and ladies, have been entrusted with a discretionary power that is crystal clear in case law. When it comes to determining locations of things like highways, courthouses, those are not subject to ballot measures. If they were, nothing would ever be built. So you cannot try to move things around and put them on initiatives, and the case law on this is clear and it's overwhelming. And finally, it is really an unlawful attempt to impair the essential functions of government. This council in this city is contractually obligated to build Stockman's Park. They waited 62 years. You entered into an agreement in good faith with them, and it's a travesty that it's been delayed.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I am the timekeeper up here. I am the parliamentarian of this organization. And you know what? I have allowed people from both sides additional time. So I don't want anybody in the audience trying to take control of this meeting. Do you understand? Thank you. No applause, please. Thank you. But no, I'm the one that maintains the decorum up here, not you. Thank you. And you know what? And I allow people to finish their thoughts, and I try to be fair, but I have had people on both sides go over time, and I will continue to try to be fair. But I'm the one up here that's running this meeting. Ms. Kent.
Hello, thank you. I want to talk about last year's election. It seems silly, but we need to talk about it. A small group of people were very unwilling to accept the election results, just as they were unwilling to accept the results of the public outreach process, which created the downtown plan. The people last November overwhelmingly supported the council with 85% of the vote. This small group is asking the people to vote on something we've already voted on. We need to forget about it and move on. Let's build the hotel at the Bankhead Theater, and let's build the Stockman's Park now. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. Dave Finster, Sheila Faliano, Dave Wetmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Once again, for those of us who have not met, my name is Dave Finster. I currently sit on the board of directors for the Livermore Stockman's Rodeo Association. I also had the honor of being president for our 99th and 100th rodeo. So here's a quick synopsis on a little bit of history here. On January 8th, 1962, the city of Livermore and the Rodeo Association made a deal. In that deal, the Rodeo Association gave the city 33 acres of land, which was the old rodeo grounds, which we currently stand on right now. One of the items in that deal, the city was to build a park with a memorial honoring the veterans from the Murray and Pleasanton townships, also World War I veterans. Some 62 years later, that still has not come to fruition, but we are getting close. On February 1st, 2018, I believe that was the date, as president of Livermore Rodeo Association, I had the honor of signing an agreement with the city to okay interfaith housing to add low-income houses to their senior housing complex right down the street. Which in turn, we, the Rodeo Association, would get a park built downtown called Stockman's Park. We agreed to this deal not just because it was good for us, the Rodeo Association, but it was also going to be good for the city as well, as it could save the city up to $10 million with the added low-income housing interface would build. But not everybody is happy with this deal. The so-called Friends of Livermore have now twice hired people to collect signatures to stop or change the plan. This is where we have problems. The so-called Central Park Plan by the Friends of Livermore, we, the Rodeo Association, do not support this plan in any way. Nobody in our association has talked to the Friends of Livermore about it, and we have never even been approached by them to talk about it. We have a contract with the city of Livermore. The Rodeo Association is going to hold up our end of the contract, and we'd like to see the same from the city. And so far, you guys have been great. I'd also like to note that we will not negotiate with anybody but the city about our agreement that we have with you, because it's between us and you. The second problem I have are these signature gatherers. I've been informed that these signature gatherers were telling would-be signers that the Livermore Rodeo Association supports the Central Park Plan. I am here to say that we don't, and we don't appreciate the tactics that if you tell a lie enough, pretty soon people will start believing it. So I think these lies need to stop and stop now. And
If you could finish your thought, Mr. Finster.
yeah, one last thing. I'd just like to thank the City Council and all the staff for everything that you guys have done so far in working with us on this park and the downtown development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finster. Sheila Faliano, Dave Wetmore, Evan Branning.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Sheila Faliano, and I'm on the Livermore Stockman's Rodeo Board, and currently this year I'm the Vice President. Tonight I wanted to just speak on behalf of our Rodeo Association that we're in favor of the current plan for the Livermore downtown. It's been well thought out. A lot of time, effort, and money have been put into this plan, and we think it's a good plan. So we're not in support of any change or this downtown park, Central Park. Again, more money, more time. Our residents have already invested that. We've already approved it. And as Dave pointed out, that you've done an amazing job following through with that. I want to thank each and every one of you, and thank you for allowing me to speak this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Faliano. Dave Wetmore, Evan Branning, and Greg Scott. Oh, well, Dave was here to talk about the Little League World Series, so I think maybe we already got through that. Evan Branning, Greg Scott, and Stephen Dunbar.
All right. Good evening, Council, Mayor, and staff. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I actually have two things I want to speak about. So I've been gone for a little while, off on my honeymoon. So missing a council meeting, I guess things really rack up quickly. First thing I wanted to say is I just really wanted to thank you for helping to protect my kids and my students with the vaping ban on flavored vape products. I really appreciate restricting the ability for youth to be able to get flavored products. I know that we now are seeing people out there. Just today, I had a signature gatherer lie to me about what this actual ordinance had, trying to get me to sign the repeal. But thank you very much for what you have done. The main thing I did want to talk to you about, though, is while we're continuing to work on the city plan, I've spoken to you guys before several times about how important it is to me that transportation is something that we keep in mind. Right now, we're looking at building a large number of parking spaces downtown. The number of parking spaces will accommodate all the growth needs that we have, but it's at an incredible cost. And when we build these spaces at roughly, I think it's $55,000, $65,000 a spot, if you think about that price tag, for the price of 1 or 2 spots, we could be looking at greatly improving the bike infrastructure, allowing people to bike in and around the downtown area, as well as getting there. Additionally, for the price of 1 or 2 slots, we could be looking at improving public transit, adding additional ways that people could get there by bus or by some sort of, I'm blanking on the word, but some sort of other public transit. When we're looking at those sorts of alternatives, we're not talking about a huge deal of investment or a huge change in the numbers. We're looking at small investments which would open up the downtown to people who have mobility issues, people who are unable to get there through driving, people who would be advantaged by having the option of getting there either by public transit, by getting there by bike, by getting there on alternate means. So I hope you'll look at those methods while you're doing it and put people before parking, allowing people access to the downtown who would not traditionally have access by car. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Branning. Greg Scott, Stephen Dunbar, Don Stasa.
I am Greg Scott, and I speak on homelessness in Livermore. I stand against the social and economic injustices of homelessness, racial prejudice, bigotry, and white supremacy. In the vein and spirit, if not the exact context of Maya Angelou's poem, Still I Rise, I rise, I rise, I rise. I rise against the hatreds, I rise above the divisions, I rise to face the fears. A courageous German Lutheran pastor, Martin Niemöller, stood against Adolf Hitler, the Nazis, and all of the Third Reich, and was famous for saying, quote, first they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. In our current time, horror novelist Stephen King tweeted a week before yesterday, quote, first, you stoke hatred and fear of minorities. Then you round up and put them in camps. Next, you send out raiding parties to get them those who have been driven into hiding. The armbands come next, right, unquote. United States Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Ben Carson, spoke of racial prejudices last week. If Secretary Dr. Carson were doing his job, would African-American homeowners ownership presently be the lowest ever recorded, with the values of most African American owned houses in the country continue to be falling as they have since the Great Recession of 2007 to 2009. Would there be over 550,000 homeless, all too many of them, a disproportionate representation, be persons of color? Secretary Dr. Carson is a neurologist by training and profession, and he says nothing of the Trump administration's approval of the insecticide chlorpyrifos, which has been linked to childhood neurological development disorders and autoimmune disorders. Most residential uses of chlorpyrifos were banned in 2001. The petition to ban chlorpyrifos was denied on March 29, 2017 by then EPA Administrator Scott Pruitt, who has since resigned in disgrace. This is our regard for the health and safety of children, especially Latino children that live in farming communities. This is our regard for housing and urban development problems such as health, safety, discrimination, and homelessness. Perhaps Secretary Dr. Carson could clue President Trump in on the fact that homelessness is more than a 2-year-old problem and a California problem that is caused by California liberals. There are over 90,000 homeless by count in President Trump's home state of New York. It is not a housing and urban development department that is going to solve the housing crisis or homeless problems. It is a measure of the balance of the third pillar of our society, the community, how we treat the vulnerable. It is also a measure of the balance of the other pillars of society, the state, which is the federal government, and the market, which includes private businesses and corporations. As Dr. Martin Luther King said, quote, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice," unquote. We must treat the vulnerable better than we are doing. I rise, I rise, I rise.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Stephen Dunbar, Don Stasa, Don Argula.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Evan set me up pretty well. I'm going to expand on his comments. Tonight I'd like to talk a little bit about my mother. And some of you may have heard this before, but I just got back from vacation to see her, and she's on my mind. My mother lives in a town not unlike this one, right up against the farms in San Luis Obispo County, most homes built in the 1960s. Nice downtown, fair weather most of the time, but warm summers. But she hasn't driven since 1987. My mother has MS. She has stayed mobile for far longer than anyone could have experienced. My dad works for the court systems and leaves early to stay in a job he hasn't always loved, but keeps my family insured. My mother's been mobile because she got my brother and I to school on a trike with the trailer, up until the point that I biked to school myself. And I've had my fair share of close calls, but it's made me a resilient person. To this day, I don't own a car in Livermore. It helps me with the rent here, among other things. I prefer to live locally and sustainably, and I do rent a car when I need it, but most of the time I don't. Unfortunately, not everyone has this choice. And what is a choice? It's a real choice. It isn't a choice if it's outrageously unsafe. It isn't a choice if the bus takes a meandering route and takes much longer. It isn't a choice if there isn't a place to store the bike securely. It isn't a choice if you have to go to Oakland to get a zip car. So how do we lower pollution emissions, save parking for the ADA that truly need it, have healthier residents, get more productive land uses with less maintenance, and according to our climate action plan, save the city money? We give people a true choice to leave their car at home or live car light. We build safe bike lanes and trails. We make the buses faster. We make secure bike parking, incentivize carpool and rideshare, and build safe crosswalks. We incentivize shuttles and rideshare late at night as a guaranteed ride home, so we reduce drunk driving. All of these are cheaper, cleaner, and more effective than maintaining $65,000 parking spots that can't be converted to anything else in some cases. I went to Columbus, Indiana recently, a town whose main employer is in diesel engines. They're a town half our size with no bike lanes, one bike trail, and worse weather. What do they have that Livermore doesn't? They have a bike share system. There's a changing mobility landscape in the United States and around the world. You have a bus manufacturer in your tax base and the bones of a great bus system. I am ready and willing to help. Now, I went down to Santa Monica recently to help release our first 40-foot electric bus to them. It was a great accomplishment, not just for me, but for the team and everyone above me. They worked very hard on it. Everything went great, but they have a really great slogan that I'm going to steal, and I hope they don't mind, that they put on the side of this electric bus. Zero emissions for people, place, and planet. Let's look at these options before we get to 2022 and we build another parking garage that maybe can't be converted. Hopefully it can, but maybe not. Let's look at these options for people, place, and planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Don Stasa, Don Argula, Carl Winty. Mr. Stasa.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Don Stasa, and I'm speaking for the Stockmen's Association and our citizens. I have been hearing rumors ever since the petition started to change the downtown proposal. After being approached by one of the petitioners and assured that the stockmen and veterans support their views, it proved the rumor true. This is so false that I cannot believe anyone could say such a thing. We at no time met with or agreed with anything they proposed. We fully disagree, and I was so angry and disgusted that I felt it better part of valor to walk away and spend time arguing with someone with false information. For a group that has continually said that they are for the citizens of this city, this is shameful. To resort to these tactics defeat in my mind any credibility that they profess as caring for this town and the citizens' welfare. I've been a member of the Stockmen's Association for over 50 years, but more importantly, I am a veteran. I would like to propose at this time that the unnamed West Small Park be officially named Veterans Park to go along with the intent and purpose of our agreement with this city that has already been ratified. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stasa. And by the way, remember, we're going to be doing the ribbon cutting on Veterans Way July 28th. It's a Sunday, so be there. Don Argula, Carl Wente, Ali Felker.
Thank you, Mayor Marchand, City Council, and City staff. I am Don Argula, and I am the CEO of the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce. We have nearly 500 members in the business and nonprofit, government, from the national laboratories and everything in between. Today, I'm speaking on the Central Park Plan initiative and going on record that the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce opposes this. The initiative is not a colorful drawing. It is unlikely that many, if any, of the folks that signed the petitions ever downloaded or read this 118-page document or the city's downtown specific plan. The initiative is a major rewrite of the City of Livermore's downtown specific plan, which was developed through a comprehensive, painstaking public process as prescribed by law during a more than 3-year period before being adopted by the City Council in 2004. On the other hand, the Central Park Plan initiative rewriting of the downtown specific plan was done without benefit of public review and input, instead done by folks, who are they? Don't know, that were not elected by Livermore voters to represent their interests and that of this municipality. Livermore voters, isn't this the very behavior that the Central Park Plan advocates continuously accuse our elected city officials of doing? The rewrite makes major changes to land uses, residential densities, and parking in the downtown district, all without review and input from the community, including from the downtown merchants and property owners and the 5 developers that have a stake in the implementation of the current phase of the downtown revitalization. This Chamber of Commerce supports and engages in the public process for all projects and policies that affect and are funded with precious public dollars. We must be mindful that the downtown specific plan is the blueprint for the city, a document that allows flexibility as conditions on the ground change over time, and which can be adjusted through the public process as required by law. Should this initiative become law, the rules change, and the only way the downtown plan can be adjusted is through a vote, a costly and imperfect process. Perhaps that works for some, but it removes opportunities for future generations of downtown business owners, developers, and community members to ensure that this city and its downtown remains relevant now and for the future. Land use planning by initiative is a poor and lazy way to plan for the city, providing no vetting of the near or long-term viability of the downtown. It seems that the folks who crafted this document are not interested in serving as a duly elected representative of this city, undergoing the rigors of an election campaign or that of fulfilling the duties and obligations as a representative for this community. This initiative is harmful to the community's economic health, reputation, public process, and ultimately its future. The Chamber supports the city's adopted downtown plan, and we endorse it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Argula. Carl Wente, Ali Felker, P. Campbell.
Council, staff, team of awesome people, and all your awesome things that you do. Thank you all so much for you do. Those that wear a badge, that serve the public, put on a vest to go to work, that protect us all. I thank y'all for what you do. I salute you. Part of me, like, I want to unify. Let's bring this town together as much as we humanly can. But on the other part of me is like what's the, God, I can't remember the name of the movie, but where he goes, I'm going to pick a fight. And part of me, like, you want to pick a fight with people that are just telling you lies, sweet little lies, and you keep doing it. And we know, like, you guys all five eloquently spoke about the things that they were saying to get the signatures, claiming the majority, claiming all of this. It's just not true, and we know it. I'm a reader, so I have read both, 118 pages of that one, plus the specific plan. I don't understand all of it. Call with questions, try and figure it out, what it all means, but I do read, and right now I'm reading John Locke's 2 treatises on government, and just thinking about the philosophical way that democratic republics came to be, that democracies came to be, the different forms of government as they are, and so very philosophical about it. And also Freud, just got done with Freud, civilization is discontents, what we give up to be part of a society. You're given something away to be part of it. John Locke believed life, liberty, and property. So it's just the philosophical nature of all of this. Can we come together with an integrity that stands up? And don't know. Also, I encourage anybody out there to read Madeleine Albright's Fascism. It's one of the best books I've read in a while, right? And it's pretty amazing of what's going on, and let's be aware of what that is. So Madeleine Albright's Fascism. It is a good read. So I'm philosophical, I'd like to read a little poem. If I could turn the page in time, then I'd rearrange just a day or two. I'll close my eyes. But I couldn't find a way, so I settled for just a day to believe in you. Because I do want to believe in people, but you tell me. You tell me lies. You tell me sweet little lies. Oh no, you can't disguise. You tell me lies, you tell me sweet little lies. Although I'm not making plans, I hope you understand there's a reason why. No more broken hearts, we're better off apart. Let's give it a try. You tell me lies. You can't disguise. You tell me lies. I'm plagiarizing like nobody's business. And so then we say we don't know, or we say that cannot be named. Let's call the spade a spade. Joan Sepula is controlling so much of this in here, is controlling so much of the funds as they flow through. It's very hard to go up against someone that buys ink by the barrel. She has an agenda, and she has, a place to go. But we say we can't name this name? I did. Joan Sepula, you're behind so much of this. Let's come together as a community to the best of our ability. Quoting Carlos Santana, when I come home, my house is dark and my pots are cold. You're hanging around with Gene and Joan and who knows who. I get tired of waiting and fooling around. This can't go on. Namaste.
Thank you, Mr. Wente. Allie Felker, P. Campbell, Jeff Caskey.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I feel like we should all just take a collective deep breath, maybe. I don't know. Today I'm here to speak again about transparency. I understand that Better Livermore turned in their signatures to the county for their petition, and I also understand that it is illegal to lie in order to get those signatures. That's my understanding. And yet, lies were told. In one conversation today, I'd just like to bring to light some of the things that I experienced myself and some things that I have direct testimony that other friends of mine had experienced by signature gatherers. In one conversation, I was told that traffic studies were done on both plans. I was told that the Friends of Livermore were not behind the initiative, and I was told that this would not make the process take any longer, and yet here we are. In a separate conversation, perhaps the most shocking, I was told that the petition was to stop the building of a development on top of a park, which is not at all true, and yet that was the grab that the signature gatherer was throwing out in order to get people's attention. Fortunately, I have a video of this interaction, and I'm willing to submit that wherever I need to in order to show that this was a direct manipulation of the truth. What frustrates me the most about this is that I had reached out to Better Livermore via their Facebook group, tagging them in different things and saying, what will you do to ensure transparency? What will you do to ensure that these signature gatherers will be truthful? And instead of receiving a response, I opened up my July 18th copy of The Independent and read where Tammy Roos sorry if I said your last name incorrectly, who's the secretary of the organization, stated in a press release that they said they like the idea of placing 84 affordable multifamily units on the periphery of the park area, which is not entirely true. These aren't affordable units, as we had already seen during our during the conversation 2 weeks ago at City Council. And so I'm just coming to you as a citizen who's frustrated. I'm frustrated by being lied to. I'm sad by making eye contact with someone and listening to them tell me something that is completely not true so that they can get their way. And I am all for public process, but only when it is done legally and when it is done truthfully. And since I have more time, I'll just show you some other things that friends of mine have stated. They were told that they should sign a petition to make Livermore safer for your kids. Not necessarily true. And they were also told, do you want to limit the ability for people to build big towers downtown, which is not anywhere on the plan. So thank you for everything that you've done, and please move forward with the plan.
Thank you, Ms. Felker. P. Campbell, Jeff Caskey, Mary Perner. Oh.
Hi, I'm Paula Campbell. I'm a proud Livermore resident and proud mother of 2 teenage sons who attend Livermore Public Schools. I would like to thank the City Council, Mayor Marchand, and our city employees. Taking a stand against the increasing youth vaping crisis and against big tobacco influence, you have proven that the Livermore community and its leaders will not stand by and watch the health and welfare of our youth plummet. You have shown our Livermore families that you do care about the well-being of our youth and community. You make me proud, sincerely, to be a Livermore resident. I've witnessed you take measured action to educate yourselves on the vaping health consequences. You've reviewed stats and data from the Livermore Joint Unified School District regarding the alarming increase in vaping and suspension statistics, and you have consulted with the Livermore Police Department to understand fully the problems created by youth vaping. By approving the ordinance to ban the sale of flavored tobacco, vape juice, and approve a moratorium on vape devices. The moratorium is until the FDA actually approves these devices. By taking a stand, you have taken the necessary steps to ensure our kids' safety. Thank you. Myself and thousands of Livermore parents thank you for passing this ordinance. Livermore Flavors Hook Kids is a grassroots group founded by 3 Livermore stay-at-home moms who collectively have 6 high schoolers. In early 2018, they began to see an alarming amount of teens vaping in our schools, communities, and homes. They quickly discovered that vaping and teen nicotine addiction was impacting families all over Livermore. During the fall of 2018, they started to partner with our schools, PTAs, churches, and youth organizations at the Livermore Police and the Livermore Police Department to create an awareness around the dangers of flavored vaping products and the teen vaping crisis. In early 2019, they aligned with the Livermore youth who asked them to engage and advocate on their behalf to support strong flavored tobacco restrictions. As a result, they organized and formed Livermore Flavors Hook Kids. They then went to work educating and advocating our city's elected officials over coffee at Pete's and while out walking our dogs. This is true grassroots. The City Council acted upon thousands of parents, teachers, and students. They received thousands of emails, letters, calls, and statement of concern cards. The City Council responded with heartfelt support to protect our Livermore youth. And I have to add that today I encountered a signature signer who's working on behalf of Big Tobacco. They have a referendum here in Livermore to overturn this ordinance. They are being funded by Juul Labs in San Francisco. These signature gatherers are not Livermore residents. They are paid $6 per signature, and they're giving out false information. So just keep that in mind. These signature signers, it seems like on all aspects of what they're representing
Campbell, thank
are
you.
giving false information. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Jeff Caskey, Mary Perner, Kyoko Takayama.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and A-Team. Last meeting, we heard from the council, we wish the public discourse could be honest, and then all hell broke loose with a record number of what might be the record number of non-honest statements. We started with how many hoteliers chose the West Side? The answer was none. Well, actually, there was one, wasn't there? We then went to, it was noted in the Downtown Steering Committee's, it was noted that the committee was 19 people, only about 4 were for the West Side. That's actually probably true, but fails to note that the groups on the Downtown Steering Committee were chosen by council. Then a council member turned that into, there were 19 groups represented at the Downtown Steering Committee. Well, no, there weren't. Of the 19 people, 5 were the city's council and commissioners. I was one of them. Other members were bloggers, and there was Carl representing Carl, I guess. No one suggested a building on the West Side was another statement that we heard. Well, that's not honest. The city's consultant showed both an East and a West hotel. As mentioned before, one of the developers did. But more to the point, the council asked for studies of an East and a West Side hotel option. So I'm presuming that the city council itself was interested. And their developer then said, when asked, that they said that in reference to a West Side hotel, the obvious location is on the corner of L and Railroad. Honestly, I wasn't impressed, and in fact, I made a nasty comment to Rakesh about that, and I hereby apologize for my snideness there. I thought about it more. He got it, I got it, and I'm hoping that eventually the council gets it. Another statement, if I'm taking money from developers, I'm doing it wrong. I am not. Well, except for donations from developers, you know, Ponderosa and Shea Homes. I'm not against it. I just wouldn't complain about dishonesty and then talk about it. Nobody likes micro units. Well, actually, the city's own report from PlaceWorks says that there was a robust discussion with many favoring and many not. So then in a conversation that started talking about statistics, showing that the participants preferred the West Side Hotel, it veered into the note, well, we will note that it went from an east side to a west side to a railroad side. Who knows why, except maybe there's a goal to not getting anything built at all. We had earlier heard about a group's distaste for respect. We're talking here about people who have put in years working on the downtown, working on the city, contributing to the things that are going on here. This is not the kind of way that we talk about the people who are working to improve this city, whether you agree with them or not. Even if the other assaults on honesty are allowed to stand, that requires a humble retraction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Caskey. Mary Perner, Kyoko Takayama.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Mary Perner, and I'm a 31-year resident of Livermore. I'm here supporting the decision that you made to create an ordinance against vaping and electronic nicotine delivery devices. But tonight I'm not speaking for myself. One of our members, a founding member, Janelle Gladden, was not able to be here tonight, and so she gave me a letter, and I will be reading her words. And I will try to stand on my tiptoes to reach this microphone. My name is, oh, thank you. The last time I tried that, it fell apart. So
We're getting a new council chamber soon.
my name is Janelle Gladden, and I'm the mom of 2 teens. One just graduated and is heading off to college next month, and one is a junior this year. Unfortunately, I could not attend tonight's meeting, but I felt it extremely important to have this read on my behalf. Since my children entered into preschool in 2003 and 2005, I've dedicated my time to volunteering in classrooms and to countless school events. I've had the privilege of watching so many of our community's children grow into young adults. I've held several elected PTA board positions, including treasurer and financial secretary. I'm also a CPA who owned my own practice serving high-tech companies for over 20 years. About 3 years ago, I started seeing middle and high school kids being suspended for vaping during school. I also started to have my own experience with my oldest vaping. At first, I chalked it up to a phase. However, the next 2 years, our community really saw a rise in teen vaping in our schools, community, and homes. I then saw how these products were being designed and marketed to kids. Candy flavors and sleek, stylish designs were alluring kids to these nicotine delivery service devices. Nicotine delivery devices, that's what these are. Addictive nicotine concentrated into yummy flavored juice, sold at 71 Livermore gas stations, convenience stores, and vape smoke shops. Evidently, approximately 50% of these were willing to sell to a minor decoy, according to a recent police sting that took a sampling. In 2018, I started a community movement that included parents, teachers, community leaders, and a very brave group of high schoolers. Collectively, our goal was to educate parents and students and to stop the sales of these products in Livermore. And now Jewel is paying non-Livermoreans $6 per signature in an attempt to turn over what our community accomplished. I say, bring it on, Jewel. You'll have no idea how strong our community feels about our kids. We will not allow you to put your profits before the health of our youth. I want to thank you, Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, and staff for listening to us and for all you did to restrict youth access to these products. Thank you for protecting our community's youth against the likes of Jewel and others who seek to profit off the back of our kids. I applaud each of you.
Thank you, Ms. Perner. Kyoko Takayama?
Hi, my name is Kyoko Takayama. Thank you, City Council members and Mayor, for all the stuff you have been working on. I'm here to thank for two things. One is recent approval of municipal account to become Brilliant 100, to reduce GHG emission from your account, which is significant. And I would like all the city citizens to follow the suit to opt up in the EBC Brilliant 100. That's carbon neutral, which is very important. And another thing is a quick action on vaping products problems. I had no idea how bad it was, and it was brought to our attention in March, and that is when you guys heard everything about it. And between school district, city council, LRPD, and of course police department, as well as Las Positas College, it was a community effort to fight against this predatory procedure of selling vaping products to kids. And it was the second city to do so, to ban, actually the moratorium for the vaping devices, which was courageous, and I applaud your effort. Current referendum, collecting signatures, I have horror stories. Somebody got yelled at by the signature collectors and so forth. And they are lying about this is about entire cigarette bans. It was not, and this was protect our kids. To the how much stuff is going on, we will probably have another time to show all the citizens to how much problem the school is having, and we are starting to have tabling in the farmers market. So if you want to have any information, citizens are welcome to join us and get more information. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Takayama. Yeah, that's all the cards that I have for the Citizens Forum. Just wanted to add to the conversation, or another card coming up from the citizens forum? Okay, not yet. Another stack. Okay, next stack. Okay. So, a number of people talked about the council meeting, the last one, and that the conversation on that goes on quite a bit longer. The Councilmember Warner was attacked in recent letters to the editor because he suggested that the narrative and the facts might be misrepresented, and there was concern about that. And one author wrote, and I quote, "Reporters and opinion piece writers have the sole right to submit for their publication their observations and insights in consultation with their editors. At the council meeting this week, a member of the council directed a reporter on some of what to say in the publications article. Reporters and opinion writers are not required to censor their submissions at the request of anyone outside of the firm for which they work." End quote. However, journalistic integrity requires that the editors separate opinion from fact. And that was the point that was made that night. Councilmember Warner simply asked that the facts be printed. In that regard, I was misquoted in the Independent that week. And normally, I get misquoted a lot, and you sort of chalk that up to a transcription error. But in this case, it completely changed the meaning of what I said. I do not believe that that error was made by the reporter. I think that it was reported correctly. But I think there was perhaps changed after the story was submitted. And this is exactly what Councilmember Warner alluded to in our last meeting. Now, I believe that this quote will have legs if I do not correct it. What I actually said was, quote, "I have to say that I agree with a lot of what was just about everybody said tonight on both sides. It sounds, how can that be? Ms. Putnam said, you know, quotes, people are disappointed. They're really disappointed, end quotes. Well, because for the last year, there have been full-page ads saying that they should be disappointed. They're misinformed ads, but they say that people should be disappointed. What the editor wrote is, quote, Marshawn told the audience that he heard during the meeting disappointment expressed by both sides and he agreed with them. No, I did not agree that people should be disappointed. What I said is that they were misinformed, and if they were disappointed, it's because they were misinformed by an 18-month campaign telling people they should be misinformed. And they were misinformed by the same people who were paying signature gatherers to lie about the integrity of the members of this council and the integrity of Eden Housing. So what I need to do tonight is to correct that record, that I was misquoted, and I did not agree. I did not support. I didn't agree that people should be disappointed. I stated that they should that they were misinformed. So, Councilmember Carling.
Mr. Caskey asked what Mr. Wente's position was on the steering committee. Mr. Wente was representing the wine growers. So to imply that he was there for any other reason, and I'm not sure that was the implication, but that was why he was there, representing the wine growers.
Okay. The public comment period is closed. Moving on to the consent calendar. These are items that are typically routine in nature, and they're usually passed with a single motion. However, I do have 3 cards. Would any of the council members like to pull anything for discussion? Okay. I have a card for 4.01 for Carl Wente, Lanning Thompson 4.04, Maxine Bruckner 4.05. And 4.01 is the DDA for the purchase and sale of agreements for Station Square. 4.04 is the resolution authorizing the execution of an amendment to the exclusive negotiating rights agreement with Satellite Housing. And 4.05 is the resolution conveying the real property with the Pedrosi Scholarship Foundation. So, Mr. Wente, 4.01.
Mr. Mayor, Council, staff, I can't speak on all open at one time, so I chose 4.01. I would just like, again, to express my profound thanks to the wonderful staff that we have, the city manager, the city attorney, and right on down all of the directors for the great job you do. The volume of work that goes into this consent calendar is impressive, and so I just thank you all for what you do.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Lanning Thompson, 4.04. This is the Satellite Affordable Housing, SAHA.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. As an officer of Interfaith Housing, I have been involved with senior housing, with the senior housing project to be built right up the street since our July 2017 meeting with John Marchand, Bob Werner, and members of the Livermore Stockmen's Rodeo Association. I want to thank all of them, as well as the other council members, for their cooperation and awareness of the acute need for affordable housing, especially for needy seniors. Interfaith Housing has partnered with Satellite Affordable Housing Associates, SAHA, to develop this property, and we are looking forward to proceeding with plans to build 140 apartments when our negotiating agreement with the city is renewed. I would like to explain how this type of affordable housing works, as there is a great deal of obfuscation out there. When these one-bedroom apartments are built, SAHA will accept applications from individuals or couples. In similar housing projects, these initial applications have amounted to well over 10 times the number of apartments. Some units will be set aside for veterans and homeless individuals. But since this is a senior housing project, all applicants must be at least 62 years old, and their incomes must be well below the area median. A lottery may be held to determine who gets an apartment. Funding for construction will largely come from the government's tax credit program, whereby large corporations like banks get a break on their taxes by providing funds for affordable housing. Rental fees will be determined on a sliding scale. Usually residents pay no more than 30% of their annual incomes. The project will be a nonprofit corporation, and its total rental income should be sufficient to provide management, maintenance, and some social services, but it's not going to make anyone rich. To suggest that city council members are benefiting financially from negotiating contracts with affordable housing developers such as SAHA and Eden, who are also nonprofits, is not only ludicrous but grossly insulting. This IFH SAHA senior project may be considered a subset of the plans for downtown because it was made possible by the Stockmen's willingness to swap the last fragment of the land they had given the city in '62 for the Stockmen's Park downtown. Plus, our project reduces the total number of affordable housing units that need to be built adjacent to Stockmen's Park. Let's stop wasting time and get on with the city's plans.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Maxine Bruckner, 4.05.
I'm not entirely sure that I'm in the right section of the agenda, but I am also a board member of Interfaith Housing, and I am acutely aware of the financial implications that would occur if the Friends of Livermore initiative were to pass. And what that involves would be that we would basically not be able to build the affordable housing that's slated for being right up here. one of the things that I have a real issue with is that the opponents of the initiative, the initiative that's being proposed by Friends of Livermore, has never made a disclosure of where their funds come from. And I have a previous experience, unfortunately.
Ms.
with
Bruckner, I'm sorry. 4.05 is the Pedrosi Foundation and the Chestnut Square project.
Okay.
So if you wanted to hold tight and if you wanted to talk about that with the, as we come on to 5.04. So you have 4.05, I think you wanted 5.04.
I think I'm on 5.04.
Okay, so just submit another card, 5.04.
Yeah,
We'll get you there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I said
no
I was
worries.
I was a little bit confused.
No worries, that's all fine.
Okay.
I'll just have this card, I'll hand it back to you, 5.04. All right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No worries. So if you want to, you can come back and have your comments at 5.04.
Yes, please.
All right, very good. Thank
Okay.
you.
I have had, thank you. I have had previous experience.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. So you're speaking off the agenda. So right now we're on 4.05.
Okay.
And once we go through the consent calendar, which is all the 4.0s, we're going to have a motion on 4.05, actually on 4.01 to 4.12. And then so we'll have that vote, and then we'll really quickly go to 5.01, 5.02, and then we'll go to 5.04.
Okay.
And then I'll
that's
call you
fine.
back. Then I'll
that's
call you
fine.
back up.
That's fine.
Okay, then I'll call you back up.
Thank
It's
you
all
for
good.
correcting.
Okay, that's it. Okay, so you had a general comment on the consent calendar?
The last few meetings, we've had pretty heavy consent calendars. And I was thinking this week just about how important the category was. A few months ago, we passed a budget for the city that directed staff how to spend funds. Well, that's your money. This doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from taxes at one level of a government or another. The items on this list vary greatly. They're for building maintenance, care for the environment, improving the airport, managing storm damage repair, dealing with solid waste, that would be sewage to most of us, and negotiating with affordable housing developers. It is the necessary, the important, and ordinary and incredibly important work of making this city work in so many ways. This is really just picking up on what Carl Wente said. But I really want to point out that it's not just what the city does. It's also because all of us provide the means to make that happen. And because we all do that, we all benefit. So I do want to thank city staff for everything that you do. But I want all of you to just take a minute, look around, and thank your neighbors. Because without what we do together, we don't have the city that we have.
Thank you, Councilmember Monroe. Okay, so with that, I have, do I have a motion to move the consent calendar 4.01 to 4.12?
So move.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Werner. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? That passes unanimously. Okay, so once again, I am reordering the agenda. We're going to consider 5.01, the fire hazard abatement, 5.02, the fees for city services, and then 6.02, which is the human services staffing. Then we'll go right in 5.03 and 5.06 are going to be continued to the adjourned regular meeting of August 29th, next Monday. So a few changes there. And then we'll go to 5.05. Okay? Very good. So with that, 5.01, Mr. Rucker.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Ryan Rucker, Fire Marshal for the Livermore Pleasanton Fire Department. On March 11, 2019, the Council adopted Resolution 2019-22, declaring existing conditions of growing weeds, accumulated refuse, rubbish or dirt on private property, streets, and parkways and sidewalks adjacent to each parcel or real property are a public nuisance and should be abated.
On April 22nd, 2019, the City Council ordered the abatement of hazardous vegetation on the parcels identified in Exhibit A of the attached resolution and declared that the abatement costs, including administrative costs, incurred by the city are the responsibility of the property owner. The schedule has been provided to all property owners, which includes abatement timelines of work needed based on parcel type, as well as the administrative costs which are charged when the city performs the abatement. The fire department concluded hazardous vegetation abatement of 7 parcels in June of 2019 at a total cost of $17,640. The public hearing tonight is to consider any and all protests, and if council finds it appropriate, adopt a resolution overruling protests, confirm the 2019 weed abatement assessments, and direct staff to forward a certified copy of the assessment report to the county auditor. Staff is available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for staff at this point?
Did anybody,
Questions?
people had till 5 o'clock, did anybody show up?
No, we did have 2 people pay, though.
Oh, okay.
Even better.
So 2 people did pay.
2 owners decided to pay, yes.
Great, thank you.
Very good. Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing to hear any protests. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. Do I have a motion?
I'll move we accept staff recommendation.
Okay, moved by Vice Mayor Carling. Looks like it was seconded by Councilmember Warner. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. On to 5.02. This is a hearing to consider adopting a resolution establishing fees for city services. We have Doug Alessio stepping up to the plate. Keeping a baseball theme here, right? Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Item 5.02 is the adoption of a master fee schedule. The master fee schedule reflects fees charged by all city departments for certain services provided. The fees charged by the city are intended to recover the actual costs of providing services, which include direct labor costs, administrative or overhead costs, and the cost of materials or supplies. The intent of a master fee schedule is to set forth in a single document the fees for all city-related services and activities that are approved by the City Council or regulated by the state or federal agencies. It is an industry best practice to review and update the master fee schedule annually, allowing for easy access to fees for services, charges, and to provide a better understanding to the public of all the fees charged by the City of Livermore. The fee schedule covers only departmental fees for services and not property development related fees such as development impact fees or AB 1600 fees. Establishing a master fee schedule will allow for a centralized location that guides city staff and the public in quickly locating the appropriate fees for services by department and by activity. The fees to be added, revised, and deleted periodically in conjunction with the annual budget preparation process. It is city staff's intention to have a process of annual review of the master fee schedule in March before the annual budget development process begins. If there's any questions, every fee that's included here has already been approved or adopted in some way, shape, or form, and this is a compilation of all of those fees, so there's no new fees or increased fees included in the schedule. Instead, it's one place adopted by one resolution. So if you've ever had to go and research where a fee came from or how it developed over time, it gets pretty tricky. This document will help provide some clarity.
Okay. Any questions at this point? All right. Do you have a motion?
I'll move we accept the staff's.
Oh, wait, hang on a sec. I have to open the public hearing.
Public hearing.
Okay, public hearing, open that. One thing that really impressed me was as I went through the fee schedule, a lot of people take this attitude that the city is just making money hand over fist on fees. And I noticed that how many times in that matrix it said actual cost. So you know, we're not making money. We're recovering the cost of that service.
Correct.
Great. Okay, so I open the public hearing. Seeing no comment, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council.
I'll remake that motion unless somebody's got an idea.
Oh,
We have that.
someone's to speak on Let's see, that's the 5.02?
The fee schedule?
Fee schedule, yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council, and staff. Regardless of the actual cost of the fee, I've always felt, as a participant in the downtown process, I've always felt that the fee for the conditional use permit process was a deal killer all the time. Little businesses, Main Street mom and pop shops that are on borderline gray areas, sometimes the discretionary power that we want to have the staff to have, they don't want to make a decision on it for whatever reason, and so we have to do a conditional use permit. Also, there are some nonprofits that, like churches or institutions, schools, they have to do a conditional use permit no matter where they go, and that process is expensive, and I just encourage, even though it may be below cost, it's worthy of review to look at dropping it down for some of the users, and I would encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to reclose the public hearing, and you're going to remake the motion, Councilmember Coomber?
The motion is remade for the second
Okay.
time.
Is there a second?
Looks like he's ready to go.
Sure.
Okay, second made by Councilmember Monroe. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes. I just wanted to follow up on the suggestion made about looking at the conditional use permits. I'd like staff to sort of comment on that.
So this is a full recovery item. We do an assessment of how much it costs staff to analyze these, to take them up to the Planning Commission for review. There is some truth to the comment from the speaker this evening that while staff does try to make every decision we can, there are certain instances where we're required to go up for a hearing under the Planning Commission, or where the code is unclear. For some applicants in the business community, the fee, and I don't have it right in front of me, I believe it's in the range of $12,000? $10,600.
But where I was going was, I mean, I'm in favor of passing this tonight because, as Mr. Alicio said, it's going to make the record a lot cleaner and we can follow things. But I am interested in kind of understanding the how to think about those fees, especially for the nonprofits and others that might need it.
Staff can bring a memo back to the council on that particular item.
Yeah, I'd like to understand it more.
Very good. If that's the council's pleasure. Very good.
Okay. Okay, it's moved and seconded. Any further comment? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Okay. Just a second here. And okay, we are moving 5.03 and 5.06 to a future agenda. Is there anyone here, before we go in, covering in order here, is anybody here wish to speak on 6.01? That is the item on the resolution of necessity on 2216 Railroad Avenue. Anyone wish to speak on that? Because if that could move, it could also move very quickly, and I just wanted to cover that 601, 602, and then move on to 5.04 and 5. Is there any objection from the council? Okay. In that case, let's do 6.01. This is the resolution of necessity regarding I Street and Railroad Avenue. Sherry Sheets.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The council tonight is being asked to adopt a resolution of necessity for acquisition of property that's required to implement the new I Street garage. The downtown core development plan, which included revitalization of both the east and west catalyst sites off of South Livermore, went through an extensive public outreach effort, and parking was identified by the community as the highest priority. The proposed I Street garage will provide nearby replacement parking for the loss of parking as the downtown core develops, as well as to meet new demand of some of the range of uses that we're adding. The I Street garage will also help maintain the required parking when we build the L Street garage. The proposed I Street garage is located, what happened? The proposed I Street garage is located adjacent to and immediately west of the existing garage. It is just north of Railroad Avenue and west of I Street. It connects directly with each floor of the existing garage. The new garage consists of 275 spaces. However, the design requires some alteration of the existing garage, resulting in a loss of 12 spaces, so there's a net gain, parking gain of 263 spaces. Okay. The new parking garage requires the acquisition of 3,125 square feet of property, which belongs to the D'Souza Trust. Staff has completed an appraisal and made a full market offer to the owner for this acquisition, and the property owner is now having an independent appraisal performed. The findings required for adopting this resolution are detailed in the City Council report. It deals with the public trust and necessity is required for the project, that the proposed project is planned and located in a manner that will be compatible with the greatest public good, that the property interests to be acquired are necessary for the proposed project, that reasonable diligence has been exercised to locate the owners, and that the city has fully complied with California Environmental Quality Act. This action does not preclude continued discussions and negotiations with the property owner, but it does provide the city and the property owner a clear path forward. Staff, therefore, is recommending that the council make the findings and adopt the resolution of necessity.
Any questions for staff? So this just allows this to move forward in a timely fashion?
Correct.
Okay, very good. With that, I'm going to, any further questions for staff? All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. Does anyone wish to speak on 6.01 regarding the resolution of necessity? Okay, in that case, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. You move the item? Okay, moved by Councilmember Warner, seconded by Vice Mayor Carling. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Now 6.02, and then we go to 5.04. 6.02, this is the resolution authorizing the implementation of the Housing and Human Services organizational assessment. Mr. Alessio.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Goal setting is part of the budget cycle, allowing the City Council to establish its goals and priorities, which then inform the development of the city's operating budget. Housing and homelessness has been included as a council goal and priority every budget cycle that I have been associated with the City of Livermore, all the way back to 2010-12, when it was included as an aspect of the quality of life goal. It continued to be an aspect of the community quality of life goal through the 2015-17 budget cycle. In the 17-19 cycle, it became clear that housing and homelessness needed more focus and attention, resulting in it being identified as a separate, unique council goal and priority, denoting its importance to the community. And again, in February 2019, as the City Council developed the goals and priorities which would guide and inform the 2019-21 budget cycle, housing and homelessness once again was adopted as a council priority. The Housing and Human Service Division of the Community Development Department has been experiencing organizational challenges in their effort to meet Council's expectation in addressing this challenging situation. At the April 22nd, 2019 Council meeting, as part of matters initiated, Council directed staff to complete an independent assessment of the Housing and Human Services Division in an effort to understand those challenges and develop recommendations aimed at increasing the division's ability to meet the challenges in a timely manner. The city contracted with Municipal Resource Group, also known as MRG, to conduct an organizational assessment. MRG has relevant expertise in the area of housing and human services. Their report was attached in the agenda packet for your review. MRG made recommendations regarding the structure of the Housing and Human Services Department, as well as recommendations about process and functions. Three recommendations were to address staffing. The first recommendation was to reallocate two existing human service specialist full-time equivalents to a more robust professional independent classification of Management Analyst 1 and add a third higher-level Management Analyst 2 position. The two other recommendations involved adding an administrative technician FTE in lieu of an existing temporary support position and adding of an additional full-time FTE in lieu of an existing half-time temp support. Staff is recommending implementation of the first recommendation at this time. Due to budgetary constraints and the desire to see the effects of implementing the first recommendation, the remaining two recommendations are not being proposed for implementation at this time, but may be in the future.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Okay. I'm going to open the public comment period. I have one card, Mr. Scott.
Greg Scott, yay for human services. The fundamental questions are, where do you expect the homeless to go? What do you expect the desperate to do? The unsheltered are desperate. You know, I feel like I'm in the movie The Razor's Edge, and the line is, you just don't get it, Isabel. You keep going down this path. Yes, we need resources, but you keep emphasizing it's a matter of resources only. And the facts don't bear you out. The city and county of City of Los Angeles and the County of Los Angeles, they're spending $619 million on homeless every year. What happened on the point-in-time count between 2018 and 2019, it went up no less than 12%. That puts the homeless count in Los Angeles and City of Los Angeles and the County of Los Angeles, over 59,000, going on 60,000. The City of San Francisco, the Department of Homelessness spends $243 million a year. The point-in-time count, it's estimated from 2018 to 2019, went from 7,000 to 8,000. It's just not a matter of resources. You keep building this thing like Livermore's version of the homeless industrial complex, and it's not working. And even if you had infinite resources, you're not going to solve the problem by housing. There's, what's the count, 141 without unsheltered. If you were to house them at $200,000 a piece, there's over 20 million, tens of millions of dollars. You don't have it. You have to change your thinking, like an implementation like Detroit, tiny houses. You discount California Assembly Bill 2176 because it doesn't have defined funding, but you discount the whole framework. You just aren't even on the page to solving homelessness. I don't get it. And then you have a problem. Well, Human Services oversees the Human Services Commission, which administers $1.1 million in grants, and the city charges just over $100,000 out of that. You have a little problem. On Tuesday, July 9th, one person from the community showed up to be in attendance at the Human Services Commission meeting, me. So you have a little PR problem there. It's more and more resources, and the question is, what are the results? You know, the homeless are suffering, and you keep building up the homeless industrial complex, but what are the results? You're not going to get it through just housing. You have to think a little differently here.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. How do you know that we just came from a meeting in Alameda County with all the board of supervisors and all of the mayors of Alameda County, all 14 mayors, and they're looking at a lot of different options. One, they're talking about opening up the Glenn Dyer Jail and housing the homeless in the Glenn Dyer Jail. They're talking about possibly converting the Coliseum property into safe parking. I met with Mayor Garcetti 2 weeks ago, and one of the laments that he had is as fast as they can house homeless, there are more coming into his city, and they just had $80 million of HUD funding withheld from the city because of a protest. So this is very difficult, but as you pointed out, you have to put them somewhere, and it's a question of where and the service to support them. So we are continuing to work on this. We're hiring additional staff to coordinate the effort between the city and the county, because it's going to be a coordinated effort if we're going to solve this, and we will. So thank you for your comments. Bring it back to the council. Is there any further comment from the council? Do I have a motion? So moved by Councilmember Monroe.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Coomber. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on to 5.04. I think this is the one that everybody's waiting for. 5.04, immediately followed by 5.05. This is dealing with the development agreement with the Wine Country Hotel at the Bankhead. Trish Ponto and Steve Stewart.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. So I'm going to provide a brief overview of the public engagement and community engagement process before I turn it over to Tricia to talk more specifics about the hotel development agreement and specifically regarding the community engagement for redeveloping the downtown site. So you'll recall a comprehensive community engagement that the city went through after the council in early 2017 identified the downtown as a continuing priority, especially for planning the city-owned about 8.2 acres in the middle of downtown. Later, about a month later, the council appointed a 19-member steering committee to develop a public engagement plan. And for about a 3.5-month period from April through July, the steering committee met 9 times to review background information, hear from a number of experts, including economists, urban designers, hotel developers, draft initial land use concepts that would be used for the public engagement process, and then also develop their community engagement plan. So based upon information the committee received over that 3.5-month period, the committee agreed upon what we called key learnings for different aspects of the plan, including the hotel, for example, where the committee agreed that the hotel needed to face onto Livermore Avenue. And then in September, we undertook that and implemented that community engagement plan. So we had a number of ways to get the word out about the process, and went to great lengths to publicize that through our website, yourlivermore.org, an increased social media presence on all the major venues for that. And then also had displays in the library display, the downtown kiosks, posters and flyers at local businesses. And then also had unpaid news stories and radio ads, both in Spanish and English. And then had paid ads, about 21 of those for paid print. So the engagement plan utilized a variety of channels to make it easy for community members to participate and provide input, including a website with an online, with most of the online engagement tools. So the 6 channels are listed up on the screen and included 2 community workshops, 5 neighborhood district meetings, 2 downtown tours, 11 pop-up events at different events throughout the period, and then presentations to schools and business and philanthropic organizations, as well as a whole suite of opportunities online on the city's or on the yourlivermore.org workshop webpage. One of the tools that was received the most input in because we passed it out at all of these events, and there was also an online version of that, were the priority ranking worksheets. We had just under 1,200 folks turn those in, and the participants identified parking as a #1 concern, a community character as the second, and open space as the third priority. The hotel itself was 5th out of 10 priorities that the community chose, and the hotel location was 7th out of 10. So in early 2018, the council considered the results of the community engagement program and the analysis report that accompanied and evaluated the results, and looked at different aspects of the land use alternatives, including commercial, hotel, and residential markets, appropriately sized open space, and financing, to name a few of those study areas. So taking all of those aspects into consideration in the analysis, the City Council chose to move forward with the plan that's now on your screen and is now underway. And that includes public parking facilities on L Street and up at I Street, Stockman's Park in the center of the plan, cultural uses in the form of a Science and Society Center and about 150-seat black box theater, an east-west street now known as Veterans Way. I've personally driven down that many times. It's really cool. And then a hotel on the east side of Livermore Avenue with frontage along this prominent gateway into the downtown. So with that background, I'll turn it over to Tricia, and she'll walk you through the development agreement for the hotel.
All right, thanks, Steve. So Presidio is requesting approval of a development agreement for the hotel on the site that identified by Steve and in the council's downtown plan. And the proposed development agreement you're reviewing tonight is technically an agreement with a subsidiary of Presidio, which is called 2205 Railroad Avenue, but we refer to them collectively as Presidio. And the development agreement will be in addition to the existing disposition and development agreement between the city and Presidio that council approved last September for the purchase and sale of the hotel property. So you got a lot of this background in the last meeting, but I'm going to go through it again. In September 2018, council approved the disposition and development agreement and the design review application for the hotel on the east side of Livermore Avenue. And at the same meeting, council approved amendments to the downtown specific plan, including a provision that would allow the hotel a maximum height of 4 floors and 55 feet instead of 3 floors and 45 feet. In November 2018, in response to the referendum, council repealed its approval of some of the amendments, including the provision allowing an extra floor on the hotel. Staff is currently working with Presidio to redesign the hotel in conformance with the current specific plan provisions that allow 3 stories and a maximum height of 45 feet. And we expect that the revised hotel project will return to council sometime this fall. Presidio has made an extensive investment in the downtown project on its current site and requested a development agreement to establish certainty regarding land use, given a proposed initiative that would rewrite the land uses permitted in the downtown specific plan. On July 8th, City Council authorized staff to begin negotiations with Presidio for the hotel. And on July 16th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and voted unanimously to recommend that City Council approve the development agreement. And additional information about the Planning Commission meeting is provided in your supplemental packet. The development agreement secures Presidio's right to develop and use the property in accordance with the existing specific plan provisions, and it requires a 125 to 135 room upscale branded hotel and secures public benefits, including public rooftop open space and a new public road with ADA accessible parking adjacent to the Bankhead Theater and public loading and drop-off areas. The development agreement establishes a performance schedule with deadlines for when Presidio needs to secure necessary permits and finish hotel construction. And under this performance schedule, the hotel is required to be up and running by November 2022. And finally, the development agreement establishes a term for 30 years for these provisions. Presidio has indicated it is important to secure assurances related to these provisions in order to allow the project to continue to move forward and to obtain necessary financing. The development of the proposed hotel project implements the community's vision for the downtown, and it will finish the Livermore Valley Center consistent with the downtown specific plan that has identified a hotel on that site since its adoption in 2004. Upon completion, the hotel will support the city's economic development goals for downtown, wine country, and the broader business community by providing overnight stay opportunities for corporate executives and visitors to the downtown, and by expanding multi-day visitor experience opportunities to the Livermore Valley wine region. So therefore, staff recommends the council instruct staff to file a notice of determination with the Alameda County Clerk and adopt an ordinance approving the development agreement. And that concludes staff's presentation. We're available for questions.
Thank you very much. Questions for staff? Any questions? Okay.
Mayor, I also just let you know that Rakesh Patel from Presidio Companies is here this evening.
Oh, okay. Oh, very good. Wow. Mr. Patel, would you like to make some comments? We have 62 cards. 62. Okay. All right. Well.
3 hours.
Yeah.
May I ask Mr. Patel a question real quick?
Yes.
Just with the time frame, the 2022, you're comfortable with that?
Could you please clarify the question?
Staff was just mentioning about, was that finishing the project or starting the project?
The hotel should be open by November 2022.
Okay. Is that
Yes, I'm fine with that.
works for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Good enough.
Okay. So before we start on the, rather than break this up, you want to take a quick 10-minute break? Okay. 10-minute break. 9 o'clock. We'll be back here. Good evening and welcome back to round 2 of the Livermore City Council, July 22nd. Got to get the camera on, right? So this is the July 22nd meeting. We've completed first half of the meeting. We're now on item 5.04. 5.03 and 5.06 will be moved over to the meeting on the 29th. We're discussing the development agreement with Presidio on a downtown hotel. We just got through the staff report, and now we're moving on to the public comments. I have, sneaked one in. We have 63 cards now. So to go through this in a timely fashion, I would ask that you keep your comments to 2 minutes. I know it's going to have to, everybody's going to have to sort of scribble in a rush, so I'm not going to hold it really tight on 2 minutes, but as close as you can get, I would appreciate it. So with that, we'll move on. First, we have Tamara Royce, Rich Buckley, and Chris Chandler. Ms. Royce.
Hi, thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tamara Royce. I'm a Livermore voter and the proponent of the Central Park Plan Initiative. I'm a homeowner and I pay property taxes and other taxes in Livermore. Today I received a letter from the city clerk indicating that the Central Park Plan Initiative has qualified for the ballot with almost 7,000 signatures verified by the city clerk. Less than 6,000 were required. I will provide a copy of this letter for the record. The Central Park Plan is easily qualified for the ballot. It must be adopted by the council or voted on by the public. I am deeply concerned about the council acting now to quickly approve a development agreement for a hotel on the east side of Livermore Avenue, knowing that the measure must be submitted for a vote. You are attempting to undermine our constitutional rights to place an initiative before the voters. If you proceed, we will file a referendum. The people of Livermore want a better downtown plan. The council is proposing to move forward on a development agreement with Presidio on the east side of Livermore Avenue, despite having spent $500,000 on an outreach process that showed 3/4 of the participants wanted a West Side hotel. A West Side hotel can be built. The developer has previously stated he could build a hotel on either side of Livermore Avenue. An experienced hotel developer from Southern California has expressed interest in developing a high-quality hotel on the west side with a restaurant and other amenities, and has said it could be built quickly. Such a hotel would provide an economic benefit to the community, including a ripple effect on the city's economy, both downtown and in the wine country. This is a viable option for Livermore. The citizens' initiative is now qualified for the ballot. People expect to vote on a different plan for downtown. The city must not take action that is inconsistent with the initiative. You need to stop your illegal interference with our initiative power. Thank you.
That's good. Thank you. Rich Buckley, Chris Chandler, John Marion.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Rich Buckley, and council and staff. Rich Buckley, 620 Hayes Avenue, Livermore, California. In reflecting on a couple of comments here, I think there would be less contention in the community across the board if you thought about having 6 elective districts and 1 mayor plus 1 mayor rather than 4 districts and 1 mayor. I don't think there's enough council people up there to correctly and thoroughly get close enough into the entire community to reduce these high contention issues that are invariably going to come up. Everybody wanted a piece of the downtown. Well, you got it in the districts that you laid out, more or less. And I think with a 6-district layout, you'll get much better, lower level of contention, less disruptive. And finally, I'd like to say, it's my observation that the highest duty that you as an elected official have is to honor a community referendum, a petition, not to try to subvert it. It's not the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Chris Chandler, John Marion, Asa Strout.
Good evening, Mayor Marchand, council, and staff. I'm Chris Chandler, the Executive Director of the Livermore Valley Wine Growers Association. We've had a lengthy process to determine what's best for downtown. As part of this process, among other things, we've had a steering committee and an extensive public outreach. In the last election, the voters overwhelmingly supported this council, which overwhelmingly supported the downtown plan. This council and numerous community organizations and their members continue to support the forward momentum that the process, the steering committee, the public outreach, etc., help to map out. In spite of the misinformation and the initiative, the Wine Growers Association remains optimistic and in full support of the direction mapped out in the public process and supported by this council. We support the execution of the development agreement for the Wine Country Hotel at the Bankhead. We thank the council for its efforts, and we thank Mr. Patel for continuing to hang in there with us.
Thank you. John Marion, Asa Strout, William Dunlop.
Mayor Marchand, council, staff, thank you for hearing my thoughts. I've lived on L Street at 6th for 33 of my 36 years I've been alive. So I've had a front row seat to see the entire development of downtown, and I think the plan as it stands is what I would like to see move forward. I'd like to see this development agreement move forward as quickly as possible. I hope I can still be friends with those whose views differ from mine, but I feel like this is critical for the progress of Livermore. So please move forward quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marion. Asa Strout, William Dunlop, Jonna Thompson.
Hi, thanks for having me. So just to keep it blunt, I am for supporting the development agreement tonight and starting keep going with that process. You know, right now we really, as a city, only have one developer working with us today, and one that has spent the last 2, 3, 4 years with Livermore, like supporting like the plan. And you know, if we don't move forward with this, I fear that we will have 0 developers after this, and then we will be stuck with no hotel downtown for the next 10, 20, possibly 30 years, to the point where, we're going to have, no trust with hotel developers. No one's going to want to come here. It's because we keep always changing the plan. And, at some point, our kids are going to start having kids, and they'll have this discussion. So, let's move forward with the DA, keep moving forward with, your guys' jobs. And when we get to a point where we have to make a decision with an initiative, then we'll get to that point. But in the meantime, you guys still have your jobs to do as our elected representatives, and I would appreciate it if you move forward with the DA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strout. William Dunlop, Jonah Thompson, David Kent.
My name is Bill Dunlop, and I'm the chairman of the Citizens for Livermore Central Park Committee. I'm a Livermore voter, and I signed the Central Park Plan Initiative. I'm a homeowner in Livermore and pay property taxes and other taxes here in Livermore. The voters will use the referendum power to reject any development agreement the City Council contrives to undermine the Central Park Plan. I'm speaking in opposition to item 5.04. This action by the City Council is intended to cut off the rights of Livermore's voters. Tonight, the City Council is considering whether to move forward with a development agreement with Presidio. That development agreement will permit the hotel on the east side of Livermore Avenue. Early on in this program, the $500,000 outreach process showed that 3/4 of the participants wanted a relaxed high-end hotel on the west side of Livermore Avenue. The Central Park Plan Initiative has now qualified for the ballot. Why is the council rushing to enter into a development agreement with Presidio before the vote on the Central Park Plan occurs? This agenda item is a transparent attempt to avoid the vote of the people on a better plan for Livermore. When the city developed its inadequate downtown plan with the East Side Hotel, thousands of signatures were collected to require the City Council to place its proposed amendments on the ballot for the voters to make a final decision. When presented with verified signatures, the council repealed the amendments rather than allowing the citizens to vote on their plan. Now the council is moving forward to work around the initial initiative process. Item 5.04 again ignores the will of the Livermore residents as an initial expression of the outreach process. It didn't work the first time, and it won't work this time because we will place any development agreement with Presidio on the ballot for the voters to decide. Last Friday, almost 7,000 signatures were verified by the county registrar voter. So, council, stop your actions now. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Dunlop. Jonah Thompson, David Kent, Tom Ramos.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jonna Thompson. I'm a retired Livermore school teacher. I've lived in the same house in Livermore for 47 years, and I'm a veteran of many referenda and initiative campaigns over the years to stop ill-advised developments that threaten the character of our city. I see the plan for downtown that you, the council, are promoting as another ill-advised development that is not in the best interests of the citizenry. For this reason, I joined in the effort to collect signatures to allow Livermore voters to choose whether they would like more open space and better parking in the downtown core, as was the clear outcome in the $500,000 outreach process that the council subsequently disregarded. Now that the Central Park Plan Initiative has qualified and 7,000 of us have expressed our desire to vote on how the downtown core should look, it is premature and frankly ill-advised for the council to enter into any development agreements at this time. I ask that you reject a development agreement for a hotel on the east side of Livermore Avenue until after the required election on the Central Park Plan. Waiting a few months for the outcome of the election before committing the city to any development agreements seems to me to be a reasonable delay for a project that will impact our city for the rest of my life and yours. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. David Kent, Tom Ramos, Jan Bravant.
Hi again. It's difficult to sit here and listen to a word like rush when you're talking about the downtown hotel. That is a ridiculous statement. The staff did an excellent job of talking about the last 3 years of the outreach process that led us to this DA. But I want to go back a little farther. I want to go back a quarter century ago when the South Livermore Valley Area Plan was hammered out between the cities of Livermore and Pleasanton and Alameda County to create an agricultural preserve to prevent urban sprawl, to install urban growth boundaries, and to make agriculture, especially vineyards, the highest and best use of the land out here. And right from the beginning, they knew that we needed the infrastructure to support that industry. If our conservation strategy is to have open space and vineyards and parklands, then you must build the infrastructure that's necessary to support this. The Wine Country Hotel was a key part of that plan, and it was a key part of Measure D. The need for it has been unquestioned. 10 years ago, when I was the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, the hotel was the #1 request for business, that we need an adequate place. The delays, Presidio has been at the table now for 5-6 years. This hotel would already be open if it had not been unfairly and improperly lumped in with the redevelopment of the supermarket site. It was always a separate planning area. It was already planned. The hotel's been there for more than 25 years. Performing arts groups, wineries, businesses, big and small, have all been very much dependent on this investment. There's no rush here. This is a 26-year process that's finally coming to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. Tom Ramos, Jan Brevant, Darcy Kent.
Good evening. I'm Tom Ramos. I oppose your staff's recommendation to authorize execution of this development agreement to build a hotel at the so-called Bankhead site, for the main reason that when I looked at it, the site over where the Lucky's supermarket used to be, it just strikes me placing a hotel there seems to me clearly a superior decision. There's more room. There's more room for the hotel. There's not a need then to get into arguments about 3 or 4 stories that you get from the Bankhead site. You don't have the kind of gymnastics of the traffic of trying how to get in and out of the thing on Livermore Avenue versus the way you'd have more room off of Railroad Avenue. The Stockman's Park is not an issue. I'm in favor of the Stockman's Park. I don't understand why moving the hotel here or there, that should have no effect on this at all. The only thing I could think of is putting the hotel where Lucky's is would lower down or interfere with the plan that you have for housing. And I'm not against low-cost housing. I know we need it, but it seems to me totally incongruent after decades of this city putting together a vibrant downtown. It's incongruent to now stick homes of people right in the middle of it. It's just not congruent. I can say that in experience. I grew up in a highly urbanized neighborhood in Brooklyn, New York. I know what I'm talking about. When you're coming out of a theater, the Black Box Theater, or if you're coming out of the Ale House, the last thing you want to do is be interfering with people living in their homes. It just doesn't work as well. It kills the spirit on one way, and it's an annoyance on the other. Finally, I'm going to get off, but I've had to sit here tonight and listen for a half an hour of one person after another calling any of us volunteers, that we're liars, or that we have somehow the idea that those of us calling for a vote to question a questionable decision is hiding transparency, is the ultimate of hypocrisy.
Thanks, Mr. Ramos. Jan Brevant, Darcy Kent, Jean King.
Good evening. I'm Jan Brevant, and I've lived in Livermore for many, many years. won't say how many, but, and I'm going to keep this pretty short. I want the opportunity to vote on the Central Park plan, and I ask the council to please withhold making any decisions on the development agreement for the hotel on the east side until after the required election that we can vote as far as the Central Park Plan. You should not commit the city to any agreement until the citizens vote on the plans, as the vote has been, the count of it has been guaranteed, and the initiative has been qualified. Thank you.
Thank you. Darcy Kent, Jean King, Vic Avila.
Mayor, council, and staff, thank you again for the many, many years that you've worked to try to bring the development up to downtown and a hotel. I served on a committee 20 years ago that was bringing the Bankhead Theater, a hotel, the movie theaters, that whole development of the block. Promises were made then for that, how that block was to exist and to work off of each other. And people made huge investments in their businesses for that. This is something, a commitment that we need to continue to move forward on. We have voted on it. We have had public outreach. And just because a few people don't want don't want things in their backyard or want to have parking right behind their business so that they can profit from that is despicable. I encourage you to please move forward, build the hotel at the Bankhead now.
Thank you. Jean King, Vic Avila, Ian O'Leary.
Good evening. I'm Jean King, and I urge the council not to support the development agreement for the hotel on the east side. The citizens of Livermore are very interested in the development of the downtown. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make the downtown great, and we should not settle for anything less. The council must not undercut the voters' rights. Any inconsistency cannot be tolerated, and the citizens want to vote on the plans for the downtown. The council should not sign the development agreement for the hotel. The citizens can have a vote on the development agreement with a referendum. There is a solution to this problem. You just do not sign this development agreement. Okay, and I wanted to say one more thing about somebody said about the Stockman's Park. The Livermore Central Park plan has the Stockman's Park defined in it, so that all the agreements that were made with the Stockman and with the transfer of the density out to Pacific Avenue will hold up just as well with the Central Park as with the city's plan. So I don't think there should be any confusion about the fact that there will be the affordable housing will be provided. So please do not sign this development agreement. The citizens have a right to vote on the initiative, and you must not undercut the voters' rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Vic Avila, Ian O'Leary, Sally Dunlop. Vic Avila? Going once? Okay, we'll just put off to the side here. Ian O'Leary, Sally Dunlop, Kathy Streeter.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Ian O'Leary. I sit on the board of the Livermore Valley Wine Growers Association, and I own Spirited Packaging. I have a vested interest in the health and well-being of the wine industry of this community that's so economically prudent for all of us here in this room. I certainly support the development agreement presented by staff. Why? It's because I believe in functional government. Mr. Kent brought up earlier the fact that there's a process that we go through here. We elect the 5 of you for a reason, to make very important decisions, to put together plans, to lay out opportunities, to have constructive debate, and to go through, and you guys went through a process that I'm quite proud of because I was part of it, many of it, and in this room many times, listening to the debates and the hours back and forth. I think you made the right decision. What I don't like, and what angers me and frustrates me, is dark money coming into play with hidden agendas and misinformation and misleading, quite alternative facts and fake news. That's not in anybody's interest. The wine, on behalf of myself and the wine country, I support what the process that you've gone through and the decisions that you've made, and that you proceed with the development agreement as laid out. We heard earlier from Santana, I'll go with Grateful Dead. Comes a time when the blind man takes you by the hand and says, "Don't you see?" Let's put our hands together as a community, get behind this plan, and put the community back together. It's going to be a great downtown. I drove here today down North Livermore Avenue, and I could picture next to the Bankhead that new Wine Country Hotel, and I'd be quite proud of it. I travel around the state from wine country to wine country, and the key ones have those kinds of hotels. Something that you could come around the corner and say, wow, my wife and I are going to stay here tonight. This is going to be an awesome weekend. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Sally Dunlop, Kathy Streeter, Clark Streeter.
Well, since you just said my name, I guess I don't need to say it again. Many cities have large, lovely city parks. One huge one is in New York City. There's another lovely one in Boulder, Colorado, that is a little bit more large than our city. Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. Louisville, Kentucky has 12 acres. Griffith Park in LA, Washington, D.C. Obviously, these cities are much larger than Livermore, but the city parks all serve a common purpose in that the city needs a city park to gather and get away from the hustle and bustle of the day, and a place to meet and greet with friends and enjoy each other and spend together to engage with one another, a place for families to enjoy being together. The city cannot stop this vote because it is guaranteed the initiative has qualified. I support the Central Park plan. The City Council needs to reject all and any development agreements for the hotel and housing, etc., until the election on the Central Park plan. I'm very, very proud of the Stockman, and I was born and raised in Indiana, and much the same as here, except for much more corn. And I love the Stockman Park, and my father was in World War II, and I think it is a great, great idea. And I love the statue. So thank you for that. But I hope that you take this into consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlop. Kathy Streeter, Clark Streeter, William Dahm.
I'm going to go very fast because I have two statements, one from Jim Schmidt and one from me. My name's Kathy Streeter. I know you all. Mayor Marchand and City Council, the city and the citizens of Livermore have spent considerable time, money, and energy to study and debate over a plan to develop the large vacant space in the heart of the city. I am writing in support of moving ahead with the plan that the City Council has approved. In theory, any plan could be improved, but many speakers have pointed out real problems, including cost increases that can come from continual delay. I urge the City Council to approve the current hotel agreement. Jim Schmidt, Rhea Way, Livermore. And my statement. The people representing themselves as a community group do not, in fact, represent the community, and their main goal seems to be delay and delay, no matter what the cost. The actual community made their wishes very clear with the voter turnout and results of the last election. They were given tons of opportunities to share their ideas and desires with the city in many numbers of ways, made available to them through the efforts of the city to the tune of more than $500,000. We moved here in 1964, and downtown development was an issue then. We and the community are ready for action. I'm getting old. We support your work, we applaud your dedication, and we ask you to make it happen. These statements apply to both 5.04 and 5.05. Thank you.
Clark Streeter, William Dahm, and Vic Avila again.
She's always been a hard act to follow. First of all, I'm in favor of the ordinance, and I really don't have a lot to say. Others have said practically everything that I might have to say, but I was struck by one thing sitting there. Maybe we should just do away with the city council. And we all just submit initiatives, and then we vote on them. So take that into consideration.
Frees up my Monday nights. William Dahm, Vic Avila, Richard Ryan.
Mayor, council members, I'm a citizen here. I've only been here 6 years as of a couple of days ago. I find it really frustrating what I see going on here. The people have gathered signatures for an initiative. An initiative is a legally binding document once the signature is verified that it comes up on the ballot. The reason I say this is because to go ahead with a development agreement when there's an initiative coming up in March, I look to Presidio and I say, who's going to loan you money when there's an initiative to be voted on? Where the fund's going to come from when it's very possible that you won't have your funding? My point is that there is just so much dissension, and I'd really like to see it resolved. And a lot of it has to do with you 5 people sitting right there. I realize there's a lot of very influential people who are backing this initiative. They have good points, they have bad points. I would just like to see it resolved. It's really an unfortunate thing, and it's just acrimonious. It bothers me a lot. I came here because I like it here. I love Sycamore Grove Park, and everybody knows that. I live there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dahm. Vic Avila, calling again for Vic Avila? No. Richard Ryan, Jeffrey Sinsheimer, Linda Milanese.
Good evening. I'm Dick Ryan. I'm a 55-year resident of Livermore, and I've been involved in local politics for most of that time. I believe every one of you cares deeply about our fine city and wishes to make it an even better place for future generations. You say you represent the citizens of this fair city. The initiative for a larger park, Central Park, and better location for the desired hotel on the west side has qualified for a vote by the people. You are morally and legally obligated to let the collective wisdom of the people you represent to be determined. Do not short-circuit the citizens' voice. Do not approve any development agreement for the hotel on the east side, nor anything else, like what's coming up in the next item, until you adopt the initiative or allow a vote of the people on the alternative plan. A development agreement at this time will be seen as an illegal attempt to thwart the initiative process. A referendum for such an action will be the result. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Ryan. Jeffrey Sinsheimer, Linda Milanese, Ben Barrientos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and staff. My name is Jeffrey Sinsheimer. I'm an attorney. I represent Friends of Livermore and Citizens for Livermore Central Park, and I'm here to make this statement for the record. As set forth in my letter the letter of my co-counsel Barry Fadum to the city attorney this morning, which was submitted to the clerk this evening and is part of the record on this item. The city council may not proceed with any development agreement that annuls the right of the voters to act on the Central Park plan as a matter of law under the California Constitution. The record, as read into the proceedings this evening by staff, does not adequately identify the constitutional crisis that you have created. On May 22nd, the proponents of the Central Park Plan initiative requested title and summary from the city. On June 11th, the voters in Livermore began to sign petitions to qualify the Central Park Plan for the ballot. On July 8th, the City Council authorized city staff to pursue negotiations with Presidio to enter into a development agreement to build a hotel at a location where one is not allowed by the Central Park Plan. On July 16th, the Central Park Plan petitions were submitted for verification by the city clerk. On July 16th, city staff presented to the Planning Commission a development agreement with Presidio that is now being recommended to the City Council. On July 19th, the Alameda County Register of Voters informed the Livermore City Clerk that the initiative had received sufficient signatures to qualify for the ballot. The California Constitution reserves in the people, under Article 4, Section 1, the right to legislate, the ultimate right to legislate. It is a right that is beyond your right, as a matter of fact, and you must respect it, or you will annul their right. I would like to read and make clear that from my perspective and from the perspective of the law, just analyzing what you are doing, the City Council actually must reject what is in Section 5.04 because it violates the rights of the people. It undermines, it annuls what the people are trying to achieve through the Central Park Plan. As a case in Livermore decided by the Supreme Court says, and I think that this is instructive to all of the people who are confused about the role of the initiative and its central core attribute as a right of democratic process in the state of California. In a case called Associate Home Builders, which was decided here in Livermore, the amendment to the California Constitution in 1911 to provide for the initiative and referendum signifies one of the most outstanding achievements of the progressive movement in the early 1900s, drafted in light of the theory that all power of government ultimately resides in the people. The amendment speaks of the initiative and referendum not as a right granted to the people, but as a power reserved to them. Declaring that
I have been asked by members of both sides to be fair in the adjudication of time, so I would ask that you wind up
I'm
your
going to read one more
comments.
sentence, Mr. Mayor. I actually appreciated what you said at the beginning about your role as a timekeeper, and I'm incredibly empathetic to how difficult that is. But I have one more sentence to read, please.
Please finish.
Yes, thank you.
You will admit I have allowed you significantly more time.
Declaring it the duty of the courts to jealously guard the right of the people, the courts have described the initiative and referendum process as one of the most precious rights of our democratic process. I thank you, and I thank you for indulging me with extra time.
Certainly. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, since Mr. Sinsheimer did make reference to a letter that was sent to me this morning by Mr. Barry Fadum, I would like to just briefly respond to that particular argument that was raised here at the lectern. It is patently incorrect, an incorrect reading of that particular case, and I do commend you to read pages 1084 to 1085 relative to that decision with regard to City of Morgan Hill versus Brushy.
We're not going to get into an argument here.
That's okay.
Thank you very much.
That's fine. Thank you.
We've heard both comments, so thank you.
So I have a question for City Attorney. As we said in the last council meeting, I thought we were pretty clear that we had every right to proceed with a DA. Is that not correct?
The City Council is not prevented from moving forward today to take an action on the DA. The initiative has no effect until it's voted on, and only then if it's voted on in favor by the people.
Right. So I just want to
certification does nothing.
Want to repeat that again. The initiative has no effect until the vote is held.
That is correct.
Well, and to that point, I heard Mr. Sinsheimer specifically refer to the referendum action, and this is not a referendum, it's an initiative at this point.
I'm sorry.
Please,
Wait,
please,
wait.
Mr. Sinsheimer, we've heard your comments. Thank you. I did hear you say in that quote the term referendum, and we're talking a different thing here.
I understand,
Please.
sir, but I said the initiative and referendum in that quote.
Yes,
Okay?
but
And
we
I
are.
know that you have sensitivity about being misquoted. I want to make clear what I said, sir.
Thank
you
you.
very much.
So Mr. Shinsheimer's
I've
letter
got-
is in the record, so we have that if he feels he has been misquoted.
So let's, we're getting into a lot of arcane stuff, but I think it's real clear people need to understand the difference between an initiative and a referendum. And I think there's a fair amount of confusion, and the last set of statements here are not helping.
Okay, with that, Linda Milanese, Ben Barrientos, Ann Lopez.
Linda Milanese, and I won't take 3 minutes. I remember a special council meeting last year, January 29th, that went really late and was continued the next day. I watched the second night on TV at home. During the wrap-up discussion on the East Side, West Side Hotel, I recall that the council called up Mr. Patel from Presidio to ask if a hotel would be feasible on either side of Livermore Ave. He said yes, and showing great flexibility, he also said that Presidio could wait until the staff spent more time studying the implications of a West Side hotel. But then the council actually asked him which he preferred. Yes, after all the community outreach we'd gone through, they asked the developer that final question. Mr. Patel said that although he could wait for further study, his preference was for the council to make a decision that night and skip further study by the staff. So without further discussion or study, the council voted for an East Side hotel. At the last council meeting on July 8th, the mayor praised Mr. Patel for being the most patient developer he'd ever met. I'm sure he's a very nice man. And yes, he is patient. But you know what? Presidio will be amply rewarded for their patience. So now, despite the successful initiative that will appear on the ballot, the council is ready to seal the deal. It appears that our council is more concerned with serving a developer than with listening to the 8,000 plus Livermore citizens who have said they want to vote on the issue. We are ready to referend any development agreements that are inconsistent with the initiative.
Thank you, Ms. Milanese. Ben Barrientos, Ann Lopez, Jim Perry.
I'm going to speak for Ann, too. She's got gun shy. I appreciate the staff. I used to be a school board member, and I know the stuff you guys do behind the scenes and the documentation I used to get before a board meeting. And I appreciate the school board, I wasn't a school board, the city council and the mayor. But we have a disagreement, and that's okay. That's part of democracy. We could have gotten more signatures if we wanted to, but we just stopped, and we stopped where we were. And if you want to, I guess we can get another 8,000. And I appreciate your stand on vaping. I am a coach, and I appreciate your giving credit to the baseball team, because I think sports for kids kind of keeps them away from the vaping stuff, because they usually don't go that way if they're on a team playing baseball or wrestling like I coach. So there's two good things, okay? Now, the wine growers, you're going to get your hotel. You're going to get it. On east or west, you're going to get it, whichever way people vote when this initiative comes to a vote. I mean, I also ask for empathy from the city council, and maybe with the attorney too. Let the vote and the process go through. We are a democracy. We did elect you guys. And then if it goes the way we want it to go, Central Park, jump in with us, and it'll come out good for you too. So I appreciate this time that you're giving to us, and I am part of the community. Some people say there are people not community people. We are. And I did gather some signatures, and I told no lies. Most of the people liked it. They liked the idea, and then at least they appreciate the vote. And if they vote one way or the other, so be it. Just let it go, and don't make us go for a referendum. Thank you. And that's for Ann, too.
Okay, Ann Lopez? Oh, okay, very good, thank you. We saved a couple minutes, yes. Jim Perry, Donna Caban, Evan Branning.
Hi, I'm Jim Perry. I've lived here since 1957, so I've been around a while. I'm a retired Livermore police officer. I served on the Livermore Planning Commission for 16 years, and during that time, we approved the East Side Hotel. That was back in the late 90s. So, I mean, it's been around for a long time, and nobody complained about it being on the east side at that time. Now I own a winery, and I get people in on the weekends that are looking for a place to stay. They want a hotel to where they can walk to restaurants and things like that. I think it's important that you guys go through with what you're doing. You're doing a great job, and this is not the first referendum or anything else that Livermore's had. We've had them over the years with housing developments and other, and it's always come out in the favor of the city, so let's keep our fingers crossed.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Donna Caban, Evan Branning, Rochelle Snedecor.
Good evening, City Council members. The will of the people is clear. They want to vote on the downtown plan. They want a large central park. Over 7,000 signatures were validated. A vote on the downtown plan is required. If you move forward with the development agreement tonight, you will block the right of the residents to vote on this critical issue. Attacking the press, attacking the independent, attacking individuals who disagree with you, interrupting only speakers who disagree with you, that will not resolve the issue. Only a vote by the residents will resolve the issue. You were elected for many reasons, but first and foremost, you were elected to represent the will of the residents. Residents who, by signing the initiative, have shown they want to vote directly on this issue. So let us vote without the City Council trying to circumvent the initiative with a premature development agreement. If you go forward with the development agreement tonight, you leave the residents no choice but to file a referendum on this decision, and we are prepared to do so. Let the people vote on the hotel location first, then afterwards enter into a development agreement that reflects the will of the residents on this critical issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caban. Evan Branning, Rochelle Snedecor, Liz Roberts.
Good evening, Council. I want to take a brief trip down memory lane with all of you. So other than Councilmember Monroe, hopefully you all remember the first time I came and spoke in front of you. It was the same people here at that meeting 3-ish years ago, 3+ years ago. I came to you to say that I do not want to see our city held hostage by wealthy individuals who are hoping to use the process as a weapon against the city in order to stall until they can get their way. I was talking then about the outreach process, or not the outreach process, the 19-person commission, when a few members of it pushed forward a plan that had walkways, elevated walkways, and all kinds of other odd design ideas. And they were using that as basically a way of stalling the process. Since then, I've come back and asked, do not let a few wealthy individuals hold the city hostage. They've done a referendum. They said, wait till the election. We'll have a city council election, and the issue will be the downtown. We'll see who wins then. We've had this vote multiple times. Every time, the people have decided that they want to move forward. It is time to move forward. It is time for you to begin building. If we keep waiting through every bit of every challenge they put, there will be another one and another one and another one until we're left with a dirt lot for another 20, 30 years, until we've driven away every possible investor that is there. This is not a plan that they are putting forward. It is sabotage. It has been sabotage for years, and it continues to be sabotage. I hope you will move forward with the process, and I hope we will get our downtown built. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Branning. Rochelle Snedecor, Liz Roberts, and last call for Vic Avila.
Rochelle, I can't even talk now. I'm tired. Rochelle Snedeker, Livermore Downtown. I'm going to start with some quotes here. The Main Street approach is centered around transformation strategies. A transformation strategy articulates a focused, deliberate path to revitalizing, strengthening a downtown or commercial district's economy. Design, create an inviting, inclusive atmosphere, celebrate historic character, foster accessibility, and people-centered public spaces. These statements come from the National Main Street Center's website. Livermore Downtown Inc. has a strong commitment and dedication to downtown revitalization and sustainability. As the city embarked on planning the redevelopment of the old Lucky site, the executive director, myself, and board members, along with the business and property owners, joined forces. Together, they attended steering committee meetings, workshops, planning commission meetings, city council meetings to ensure that the design and plans in this sensitive ecosystem area tied in beautifully and effectively with the entire district. Downtown is a large footprint. We are talking about 8 acres of a much larger footprint that is a very sensitive ecosystem. The existing plan that has begun its first construction phase, yay, is inclusive, economic, strength-focused, and people-centered. So you got all those checks in place. Our city council, city staff, property owners, business owners, residents are to be applauded for the time, energy, engagement, and love that they have shown in developing the transformation strategy for this 8.5 acres. Its future success will resonate throughout Livermore. So about the hotel. Demolition has begun, and it's been really fun to watch families, especially ones with kids. Kids love to watch things destroyed and not get in trouble for it. Families learning. I think we're seeing a lot of future planners, city planners, wanting to understand how this is all going, and a lot of excitement out there. But somebody that keeps, forgetting to be talked about in this room is the businesses. They are excited. This is their neighborhood. You are doing the right thing for them. You are keeping your promise for economic vitality and health for the business community, and you are moving forward with that. So please, get us our hotel. We all want to share it in a central area, east, west. It's all going to be for the best.
Thank you. Liz Roberts, Rose Ramos, Doris Ryan.
Hi there. My name is Liz Roberts, owner of Livermore School of Dance in downtown Livermore. I am also a past board member of Livermore Downtown Inc. and immediate past president. As a downtown business owner, I want to thank you for the beautiful completion of Veterans Way. I must say it was pretty awesome driving it and very satisfying to experience that. Thank you. Our merchants along First Street who rely on the back parking and access weathered through and have expressed great thanks in the communication, response to concerns, and respect for the impacts that could have been much more negative. This is the time of year that our shop owners are out of town attending gift show and choosing products to bring in for 2020, so many of them could not be here tonight. I'm here to combine their concerns into one voice. Craig from Van's Health Food, Dennis and Sherry Swanson from Main Street Designs, Colin from Karate Jewelers, and Stan Houston from ABC Music Source, Mozart Einstein, and me, and Phil Pierpont from Sunrise Mountain Sports. Our First Street businesses are excited about the future. The First Street businesses are excited about the future of the city's plan and ask you to please continue moving forward. Continue communicating with the business communities who invested in the vision and a promise of a vibrant and healthy downtown. Your respect and understanding of the needs of businesses and property owners is very evident in the plan you have in place. Diversity of experiences and amenities, parking accessible to the whole commercial district, opportunity for extended experiences in the existing businesses along First Street. With the view site and ease of access to the Stockman's Park, Black Box Theater, and the Science and Society Center. Through this plan, brilliance will continue to thrive in downtown Livermore. Mayor, City Council, and City staff, thank you for everything. This is a very exciting time. We're making history, and let's just go forward with this. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. Rose Ramos, Doris Ryan, Maxine Bruckner.
Hello, I'm Rose Ramus. I wanted to let you know I support the Central Park Initiative, the hotel being built on the west side, and I'd like to see the council listen to the people, the community, and allow them to go forward with a vote on the whole initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Doris Ryan, Maxine Bruckner, Jeremy Troop Massey.
Good evening. My name is Doris Ryan, and I've lived in this community for quite a long time and paid taxes and owned property in that time. And I'm really concerned about this because people have tried to say what they want, and I think they haven't always been very well understood. And with the latest news of many thousands of signatures asking that this be reconsidered instead of just moving ahead, I think that's further proof of that. And I'm also speaking for Barbara Sewells here, and I would really urge you to listen to the people and allow Livermore to be the best it can be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maxine Bruckner, Jeremy Troop Massey, Jan Allen Dom. Welcome back.
Thank you. Maxine Bruckner, and I reside in Livermore. The opponents of this plan have spent an awful lot of money. They've had all kinds of advertisements. They've sent out people who've been paid to gather signatures and so on in order to oppose the plan that the council is ready to endorse. And it's been played up by the Independent. My past experience with the Independent and its publisher has been that the Independent has been used to push a particular position without making any disclosure of the financial involvement by either the Independent or its publishers. And I can tell you that in the past, when I have called her on it directly in her newspaper, that she eventually admitted to having spent, and I believe this is the right figure, $500,000 on the initiative involving North Livermore. And I'm happy to go back with anybody to go and look at the archives with regard to that. What I'm calling for is I'm challenging the Independent, its publisher, the Livermore Group, whatever your name is these days, to make full and fair, transparent disclosure on who has spent money and who is backing the initiative to challenge the council's set of decisions, so that the people of Livermore can make their own judgments about what they want to support without being swayed by the unethical actions of the Independent, of its publisher, and the people of the Livermore Group. And that is that's an open challenge that I'd like to get some answers to. Thank you.
Jeremy Troop Massey, Jen Allen Dom, Mary Ann Brent.
All right. How we doing tonight? Council, my first time up here today. It's been
Welcome.
a pleasure listening in so far. I've not been in Livermore for 65 years. I've been here for 3 years. I'm a hospitality professional, and then as ambassador of the Livermore Valley, one of the reasons I chose to be here is for the great potential I see and that I saw here. And this hotel plan excites me as an industry professional, and I'm excited to extend my network and my relationships to bring people into this valley, to help this valley be sustainable so that I don't have to travel to Napa, San Francisco, San Jose, Paso Robles, Lodi, or any other wine country for the rest of my life. I've chosen to build my family here. We keep talking about this Central Park. We will get a Central Park. And in the midst of this beautiful community, we have the Del Valle Reservoir, we have wine country, we have so much landscape to talk about and showcase to these people. I don't see why we are so fixated on this small little lot. Why are we comparing ourselves to the likes of New York, San Francisco? We are Livermore, California, and while we have a lot of passionate people here, me being one of them, what are we talking about? What are we talking about here? In the past month, I've really dived into educating myself on this topic, and one side has been very more truthful than the other. And that's frustrating to me as a 28-year-old citizen trying to be better for my community. And that's what I have a problem with. So I stand with the progression of this hotel plan, and I will do whatever it takes. So good luck.
Thank you. Jan Allen Dom, Mary Ann Brent, Colin Cranor.
My name's Jan Allen Dom. Mr. Mayor, members of the council and staff, I support the Central Park plan with the West Side Hotel. But I'm here really to support the democracy of the initiative and the ballot. Accordingly, I ask council not to enter into any development agreement for any hotel until after the result of the ballot. Further, I ask the council not to enter into any development agreement for housing, retail, and cultural activities until after the result of the initiative. If council can, let me actually leave you with a little question here. If council continues to push ahead and commits and spends funds, city funds, our funds, how would the council, act if the central plan wins in this initiative, this ballot? Just how would that be resolved? Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Ann Brent, Colin Cranor, Denise Ledden.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. The rapid collection of verifiable signatures for a Central Park plan shows that Livermore voters want a better use of downtown space than the current plan with its East Side Hotel. At farmers markets, where I collected signatures, even people from out of town quickly chose the Central Park plan as a better option than the city plan. I urgently request that you reject a development agreement for an East Side Hotel until the initiative votes have been counted in March 2020. Otherwise, the Citizens for a Central Park plan will follow with a referendum against a development agreement with the hotelier that favors an East Side Hotel. Thank you.
Thank you. Colin Cranor, Denise Ledden, Steve Larinaga.
Good evening. Thank y'all. I'm going to echo a little bit of what Mr. David Kent had to say. What are we talking about when we use the word rush into a deal? I was here last year, way late into the process several times, and I got to tell you, I thought we had things dialed in last year. The movement and the signatures gained recently, those should all be in question. I had a personal experience at a shopping center, lots of misinformation. I played dumb, right? You know, going in, hey, what do you mean? Let's tell me more. And it was quick. I was quick to learn that the man looking for signatures on the petition didn't know much about this town, wasn't even from here, not a registered voter, had no vested interest in this town, and when I tried to get down to brass tacks, had no real dirt or detail to go off. So We voted on this. It's already done. Let's move forward. Let's stop filibustering the process, and let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Ledden, Steve Larrañaga, Beth Wilson.
Hi, Denise Ledden. I've been coming to these meetings for months that are now a year and a half. I've lost track. And I've felt the same way all along. I've wanted the large, long, green open space. So, and you know, I don't live in town, but I live near a very large green open space where I'm at. But I want that for Livermore, for the people of Livermore. It's not just me. So I come here because I know how my friends feel who don't come to these meetings. So I really don't want you to enter into any agreement for the East Side Hotel on the downtown parcel. I support the Livermore Central Park Plan, the initiative. It has been qualified. The citizens of Livermore need to vote on this initiative first before you enter into any agreement. That would be the responsible thing for you to do. And I'd also like to thank you for working on the nicotine vaping. I saw it on TV news. I'm very proud of you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Larrañaga, Beth Wilson, Jacob Vitale.
Good evening. My name is Steve Larrañaga. I'm a resident of Livermore, as well as I work for Sandia Laboratory Federal Credit Union, and I am also chairman of the board for the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and staff. I appreciate your time and consideration and all the hard work that has been done to move forward to get a much-needed hotel in our downtown area. Much time has been used to ensure the citizens have been heard on this project. It is overwhelmingly what the public wants, a hotel. I want to encourage and plead with you to please proceed with the development of the hotel exactly where it has been planned, and not to hesitate, but to try to move ahead of schedule to have our dreams accomplished. This is a need for our local businesses, wineries in the area. We will all benefit from this. My office is right next door to all the construction going on. So I was able to really witness the Veterans Way coming in. Yes, it was noisy, but yes, it was exactly, I know, a little bit of pain before we get the beauty of the rest of the downtown. So in short, I just want to support the moving forward as quickly as possible with the development of the hotel. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Larrañaga. Beth Wilson, Jacob Vitale, Don Argula.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and staff, and I want to thank all of you for all of the hard work you have done on this for so long and all of your patience. I urge you to authorize the execution of the DA with Presidio. That's my number one statement. And I am speaking as a private citizen here, just on my own behalf. I am really looking forward to Stockman's Park. Central Park is a non-park. There's no such thing. It's fake news. Every time I see a drawing or a picture of it, it looks a little different than the previous ones, so there isn't any one Central Park. As far as having places to enjoy open space and all of that, we have 43 neighborhood parks in Livermore, as well as several larger parks, and Sycamore Grove Park, as someone else mentioned here, as many of us, certainly including Councilmember Coomber, enjoy also. So we do have open space, but I'm very much looking forward to and hope that you can move as quickly as possible to authorize the execution of the DA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Jacob Vitale, Don Argula, Moni Knopp.
Good evening. I'm Jake Vitale, former Chief Operating Officer of the Armada Tech Hub, STEM to Win, and Flotilla Holodecks. I also stayed at a Holiday Inn Express once. So this problem, the battle between our current plans and the better parks, it's ultimately just a farce. We're looking at a number of people who have been paid to go out, talk about this grand plan that ultimately is a bunch of Unity assets drawn into a website, as opposed to our current plan, over 100 pages. Took me half a day to read all of that. And it's baffling that people can honestly believe this. We are looking at so many people that have rallied here, have really brought the community together against these few wealthy individuals who want to control this town. At this point, it's not about a park or a hotel. This is about the future of Livermore. This is about the future of what we're going to build, how we run this town, and who runs it. We're in the middle of a battle between those of us who are here to support our elected officials in moving forward with our plans, and those few wealthy individuals who don't. And to them, I say, you're outnumbered, and you don't speak for us.
Thank you, Mr. Vitale. Don Argula, Moni Knopp, Lisa Tromovich.
Dawn Argula, CEO of the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce, and the Chamber supports this item and supports you moving forward with this development agreement. We have a reputable hotel developer that is standing by here who has an excellent track record to deliver some pretty beautiful properties throughout California and in other states. We want one of those here too. We've been waiting a long time. That corner there has been designated for that purpose for a long time, and that's what it's intended for. So let's keep our eye on the ball. We appreciate all the work that you do and your due diligence, and you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's and checking off all the boxes, and we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Argula. Moni Knopp, Larry Dino, Lisa Tromovich.
The question I have is, when is enough enough? So good evening, Mayor and Council Member. My name is Moni Knopp, downtown Livermore resident and a business owner in downtown. I'm here tonight to express my frustration with the progress of our downtown and a project and all the other projects that goes associated with it in downtown. I think it is time that we proceed as the council had approved. Personally, I may not agree with all the details of the project, but I think the overall project is well planned, giving everyone an opportunity to participate and provide suggestions as needed. I know we as residents had more than enough time and opportunities to give our feedback within the past few years. I also know that our city is growing bigger by the day, and I understand that as a growing community, we may not agree on everything, but to me, as long as the project is good for the greater community and has been thoroughly vetted, which the staff has shown earlier, by the number of days and years we have been here, I'm in support of you and your decision. So as a practical matter, a lot of people spoke about being the democratic society, democratic process. As a former police officer of Livermore of 17 years, I respect everyone's rights and due diligence. However, as an officer of the law, I'm abide by the statute of the state of California. If I lie to anyone to get a statement, or if I lie to anyone to get signatures, those signatures are deemed invalid. And if I did that as my job when I was a police officer, I would have been fired, disgraced as an officer. So therefore, those are not valid. So I ask that we move forward with this project. There's 2 more considerations I'd like to bring forward. One is the cost. How much does it really cost the city if we're going to move forward? And then the third and final piece is how much time. Within a ninth economic cycle, or 9th year of our economic cycle of a booming economy, how much more time do we have in order to get this project done? So I urge all of you to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knopp. Larry Dino, Lisa Tromovich, Sherry Souza.
Hello, my name is Larry Dino. I'm a resident of Livermore for over 16 years and also a winery owner. I'm also a voter. I did vote I voted for Mayor Michon and the council members. I voted for them to implement the current plan that was in place during the election. As a reminder, over 77% of the voters voted for Mayor Michon. That's over 24,000 people. Also, for city council members, Warner and Monroe were also elected by a large majority. The number 3 city council candidate, Penn, also had more votes than the opposition city council members. So a lot of people did vote, and we did vote for the city plan. I want to thank the city council, the staff, all the individuals, and the numerous groups, including Downtown Association, Wine Growers Association, Chamber of Commerce, Interfaith Housing, Stockman's, Livermore, Shakespeare, and I'm sure I've missed many organizations, for coming up with an excellent plan and fighting to move this thing forward. I am supportive of the development agreement. It seems totally reasonable to me to put a development agreement in place with Presidio, so totally supportive of that initiative. I was just in Santa Barbara. There was 10 other wineries there. We were at the Livermore, the California Wine Festival, promoting Livermore Valley. And I talked to about 100 people while we were pouring wine there, promoting the valley. And out of those 100 people, there's about 90% of them that had not heard of Livermore Valley or knew that Livermore Valley was a wine region. So our major goal there was to really promote this valley. I had about a half a dozen people ask if there was accommodations in Livermore. I told them there was, but it wasn't really the accommodations they were looking for. So anyway, I'll stop now, but I am supportive of the initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dino. Lisa Tromovich, Sherry Souza, Lynn Naylor. The complete works of William Shakespeare, abridged and revised, was absolutely fantastic. What a wonderful production.
It's pretty silly, and we need a laugh right now, so I recommend people buy tickets.
A great success. I recommend everybody sees that.
Well, thank you. My name is Lisa Tromovich. I am a resident, a homeowner. I also pay taxes and property taxes. And I am here to speak in favor of the authorization of the DA for Presidio Hotel at the southeast corner of South Livermore and Railroad. I'd like to amplify Don Argula's thank you to all of you for moving forward in the face of ridiculous adversity. I'd also like to reiterate David Kent, Chris Chandler, and Darcy Kent's specific reminders that many of us started businesses in this community because there was a downtown specific plan and it included this hotel. This is part of our model. This is part of our business plans. We're not just randomly saying we want this, we want that. And this is how we work together as the public and the city and the staff and council. We're on these complex issues that take a lot of time. We make these plans, we all have input, we have public processes, which we have done beautifully in Livermore, and a vote was made, and we established a plan back in 2004. And so these investments that we've made for over 15 years of time, talent, and a lot of money in our small businesses, we made with this promise in mind. So I think it's very sad that some people want to undermine the process of government here in Livermore. I'd like to amplify Mr. O'Leary's call for a functional government. One small point I'd like to make, just in case someone missed it. Gene King stated incorrectly that Stockman's Park is intact in their plan. It is not. The concept of Stockman's Park, and I was one of the many citizens who envisioned it and talked with other citizens to collaborate to create it when we submitted it to council, was that the arts, the science, the wineries would surround a grassy area that was the park that celebrated our veterans and our Stockman and our ranch heritage. That the Stockman were bringing the community together, our very diverse modern community, around a central green. That is absolutely missing in their plan. So I think we're being bullied by people that just didn't get what they want, and that's just not how democracy works. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tromovich. Sherry Souza, Lynn Naylor, Michael Frederick.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Sherry Souza. I, too, am a longtime resident of Livermore. I'm a Realtor, and I'm also a Director on the Livermore Chamber of Commerce. I'm a voter. I got to get all these in there because I got to make sure that I validate myself as everybody else has here tonight. In favor of filing, I am in favor of filing the notice of determination and introduction of an ordinance authorizing execution of a development agreement for a downtown hotel. Let's do this. The continued vitality of the downtown area depends on the amenities we provide to the community. The plan the community focus groups assisted in developing is the right plan. When I think about the opposition we have to the community plan, it angers me. The money being used to fight the plan could be used in a positive way, such as support for performing arts or science center, et cetera, et cetera. The shame is that a small, wealthy minority has lost sight of anything but their own agenda and could use their influence and wealth to make a positive contribution for our community, not divide us, and it's a shame. There's so much to gain by moving forward quickly and getting this project advancing quickly to create the vision the community defined. And I would encourage you to do so quickly so that we can get this taken care of. We have been running around in circles for a couple years now on this project, and I think it's time that we just do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Souza. Lynn Naylor, Michael Frederick, Anna Lim.
Good evening, Mayor Marchand, council members. I'm Lynn Naylor. I'm the CEO of Innovation Tri-Valley Leadership Group, and I'm here standing on the shoulders of a giant in Dale Kay, who is the founder of the organization, and I know spoke to you many times about this project. I'm really proud to carry forward that vision and to share tonight the feelings of the entire Innovation Tri-Valley Leadership Group. We are an organization that represents the entire Tri-Valley, the largest employers, the educators, the national labs, the civic leaders, our startup and innovation community. Today, the Tri-Valley region generates a $42 billion GDP. We are a thriving region. We are a nationally significant innovation economy. The innovation community is beginning to talk about how it wants to look in the year 2040. The people of this region are dedicated to building their future and to adding to the incredible quality of life that we all enjoy. ITV is in full support of the downtown plan and has been, and the full slate of partners who are working so hard to bring the community's sound plan to life. We appreciate the dedicated professionals who've been investing enormous amounts of expertise, commitment, funds, and personal equity in these projects. We know the city will do its due diligence. We know that the partners in the region will engage to their fullest ability, and ITV encourages the city to take the next step tonight with Presidio partners and all of the development agreements to bring the community's vision to life for Livermore and for our region. We really believe the very best days of the Tri-Valley are ahead of us because of innovative, visionary projects like this one. I want to thank you, Mayor Marchand and City Council. You've done a terrific job, and staff, and we thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Naylor. Michael Frederick, Anna Lim, Carl Winty.
Hi. Paraphrasing Mayor Marchand's independent interview, the only thing that is frustrating the will of the people of Livermore are the actions of this council to circumvent their ability to decide on the fate of the downtown. The council heard loud and clear that the people of Livermore wanted a plan similar to the Central Park plan, and the council ignored what they heard. People do understand the Central Park plan, and they like it. If you don't want any delays, adopt the Central Park Plan initiative language. We could all move forward quickly, no delays, no more angry council meetings. Just think of that. Maybe 3 or 4 people out here, and of course Carl, and nobody would disagree. On the other hand, if you sign this development agreement, we're going to be out there again collecting signatures for a referendum to stop this action. And by the way, the comment that there is no Stockman Park in the Central Park Plan is an absolute lie. Every map we have contains it. The language of the initiative contains it. It's just wrong. It's a lie.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick. Anna Lim, Carl Wente, Doug Mann.
First of all, I would like to read a, oops, I think I'm falling apart. First of all, I'd like to read a letter from Walter Davies, who was not able to come today. Dear members of City Council and City staff, I regret that I am unable to deliver this message to you in person. I have known Joan Sepla for many years, and while I haven't always agreed with her, I have never doubted her sometimes fierce attachment to her chosen city and place of residence. No matter what the topic or question, she consistently and actively supported what she understood to be the best long-term solution for the city of Livermore. Transportation, open space, hospital, entertainment, all these and many more are challenges which she met again and again, head on. I personally appreciate an informed debate by knowledgeable adherents, but I decry and am saddened at the hurtful, hateful comments that unfortunately reflect the tenor of the current discussions surrounding the development of downtown Livermore. I urge members of council and city staff to set the standard for an informed, lively debate on the merits and the minuses of what will determine the appearance and functionality of our fair city for the next half century. Sincerely and respectfully, Walter Davies. Then I have a personal comment if there's time. I appreciate that the mayor and city council deeply care for our city. Over 7,000 Livermore voters signed an initiative to be able to vote on the downtown plan. They also deeply care for our city. I feel we need to get the input of our voters before going forward with the downtown development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lim. Carl Wente, Doug Mann, Steve Goodman. Reputation precedes you, it sounds like.
Mr. Mayor, this is by Bruce Wilcox, entitled Livermore. Born along the crossroads between the heartland and the sea, the city of grassland grew into what only dreamers said would be. Growing beneath the shimmering sun in a blend with the rolling hills, we've graced our vineyard valley with a city blessed in its free will. To embrace the warmth of heart and home while working spirits carry on from our past who treasures taught to the pride in looking far beyond. To tomorrow's striving city and the happiness it shall give to those who dream as we do, to Livermore, a beautiful place to live. We're not a democracy, we're a democratic republic. Elected, you are the elected. You have an obligation to continue to govern in the meantime. And I think the case law has been irrefutable in that. You have an obligation to continue to do your duty as part of the electorate of this democratic republic. I was appointed, thank you for correcting, or for laying out why. Like when I came onto the steering committee, thank you. Like I didn't really know what I was getting into. The wine grower said, "Hey, can you go onto this committee to go in?" And so I'm from out of town, right? I don't live in Livermore, but I grew up at 1557 Vancouver Way. Sunset School is #1. Students, teachers, all have fun. My great-great-grandfather came from just south of Hanover, Germany. He came here to Livermore and he settled down. He was instrumental in setting up banks in Livermore. He was instrumental in setting up schools. When my great-great-grandfather died, every school in Livermore shut down on his funeral. Like it's an impactful. I'm of Livermore. So, you know, those that are questioning, those are coming up, I'm of Livermore, support Livermore. You all know what to do in this just to continue to move forward. They are absolute egregious lies, and I do condemn thee, like in unequivocal terms. So please stop. You guys are moving forward on this. I know you will, because it's the right thing to do. The process has spoke. We know that those signatures collected were, there's misinformation. It's breaking the law to collect a signature by telling lies, yet the signature still stands. So, you know, quoting those.
Thank you, Mr. Wente. Doug Min, Michael Ferrucci, Steve Goodman.
Good evening, Council. You've got difficult decisions to make. I think you should be making them based on the facts, things that you're hearing today. I have said a number of times that I don't really understand why you have, seemed like from the beginning of the process, didn't want to put the hotel at a western siding. I guess I'd say it differently today. If you decided today, and I know you wouldn't be able to, but if you were to decide today to just reverse it, put the hotel at the western location, everybody would be in favor of it. Everybody would say, build it, okay? They just want something built. I want something built, as I've said before, that has something that can accommodate the parking. And so I'll go to some of my prepared comments with the remaining time. In this DDA, parking doesn't seem to be required. Permitting parking is not the same thing as requiring it. Underground parking is not mentioned at all. So all the talk about adding underground parking has come full circle, reverting straight back to its most congestion-inducing element. Cars will be parking across the street on Railroad Avenue. Right now, we residents would normally all be pulling together in the same direction, working synergistically with our Planning Commission and Council to collectively work through the nuances of a fundamentally well-proposed project. Unfortunately, a key segment of our population, with the most highly developed skills in debates such as these, is not on board. Instead of an invitation to channel their assistance to identify the inevitably overlooked details of the development agreement, they have instead been consumed by battling against the hotel location you have chosen. I believe that adopting this DDA will be a mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Michael Ferrucci, Steve Goodman, Mike Allen.
Good evening, Mayor Marchant, members of City Council, everybody behind me and at home. Michael Ferrucci, 508 South Livermore Avenue. I'm 5 blocks away from where all this is happening, and my personal opinion is that I'd rather see the hotel on the west side. I don't care what we call the Central Park. We could call it Stockman's Park, the whole park. That would be fine with me. Housing, the less, the better, in my opinion. I think downtown is already crowded enough. I was a business owner downtown for many years. I've been a business owner in Livermore for over 35 years. My children grew up here. South Livermore Avenue is extremely busy, particularly during summertime, and to me, more traffic is just a given. And that street, that corner right there is dangerous to begin with. I'm here just to say that I disagree with going forward without a vote of the people. I signed the initiative. Thousands of people did. I don't know what the capacity of this room is or the capacity of the overflow room is, but that's not thousands of people. Even if some people were misled, which I'm sure they were based on the testimony of a lot of the people that are here, I can't imagine that it was over 1,000 people. So we're still thousands of people that signed that initiative that want to vote on this issue. So please listen to the voters. And I feel the same way about 506 or 505. So in other words, I disagree with both agreements. And I'd like to just end on just paying tribute to a lot of people. Walter Davies, of course, I'd like to make sure that I say hi to Walter. I'd like to pay tribute to Don Miller, to Archer Futch, to Jim Day, who was 90 years old this week, to Margaret Tracy, Tom Ryder, Marge Leiter, John Stein, Kathy Brown, and Joan Sepla. Without these people, this community wouldn't be as wonderful as it is. And I want to say thank you to everyone for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrucci. Steve Goodman, Mike Allen, Loretta Caskey.
First off, let me say I'm not going to have any poems. Okay, let's get this stuff out of the way. I'm old. I pay taxes. I've lived in Livermore all my life.
You got credibility.
Thank you. I am very outraged at the idea of people circulating a petition on false grounds. Now, I don't doubt that there were people that genuinely, I know people here that genuinely had a petition and they went forward and they talked. But I know for a fact, because people told me lies to try and get me to sign it, and I know many other people did. Like they said, that is not a will of the people. That is, you have 7,000 signatures. That's not a will of the people. In a democracy, we elect our representatives. They came forward with a plan. We had input. We voted on it. Let's move forward. If you don't like it, don't throw a bunch of money at it to try and get another initiative because you want the height lower. Now it's, let's not have the hotel here. Let's have a different park. Move forward already. I'd like to not be dead before this thing gets started. Now, the other thing I want to say is you have a newspaper that puts misleading articles over and over and over again, okay? Misleading is kind, all right? Why do we have that? Because you don't like the plan. So don't spend money on it. There's many people that do like the plan. You want them to vote on it. If they vote on it and they don't like it, there'll be another initiative for something else that you don't want. I am tired of this. I am tired. The will of the people is to let your elected officials do their job. So let them do their job. And I want to tell you this, when you say people wanted to vote for it, I'm pretty sure that what you did was you said, here's this plan and look at all these things and isn't this nice? And wouldn't you vote for that? Well, yes. Did you show the other part of the plan? No, you did not. So don't give us this hogwash that people wanted that plan.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Mike Allen, Loretta Caskey, Ali Felker.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, and staff members, first and foremost, I want to thank you for all your hard work, energy, and effort you put forth on this long process. My wife and I, have been in town for 28 years, and I know that's not very long compared to many people here. We raised our family. We watched the great turnaround of downtown Livermore, the first time. And we were really excited about, this plan that was put together. And we own a business downtown, so I hear about it every day, about what's going on, what's the new plan going to look like, when is the new plan going to go into effect. And people that we talk to on a day in and day out basis, and I'm in the wine business, so we got a lot of visitors in from out of town, very excited to come to Livermore. And I think Larry Dino hit the nail on the head. He's down in Santa Barbara, and people don't know about Livermore. So this is a chance for us to bring more people to town. So, we support the plan. I think the plan was really well thought out. I don't see a reason to delay the plan and go ahead and go back to the drawing board and put it up for a vote. We already went through a vote. The way that I look at it is, in the last election that we had in this community, we had a chance to vote for the people that we voted for, and we knew what the agenda was. And that's what we voted for. The elected officials that are in front of us right now supported the downtown plan, and you were overwhelmingly supported and voted into office. And I asked one question, since we have supposedly, I've heard between 7,000 and 8,000 signatures tonight, and we have at least that many people that think we ought to have the hotel on a different side of the road and we should have a different type of park. Why didn't any of you run for office if it was that important to go ahead and have something done? If it was that important to me, I would have run for office. So everybody had a chance to go ahead and speak. Finally, we talk about the hotel. My career, I was in retail development, and I developed over 250
if you could just finish up your thought, Mr. Allen.
Stores of all sizes and shapes and forms throughout the United States. Development's a lot more involved and a lot more difficult than I think a lot of people give it credit for. So much work has gone into this. To go back and try to redevelop a hotel on the east side, on the west side, is going to take a tremendous amount of money, time, and energy that I don't think any of us have at this point.
Thank you, Mr.
Finally,
Allen.
you know, interesting on the parks.
Mr. Allen, in fairness, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Loretta Caskey, Ali Felker, Tom O'Neill.
Loretta Caskey. Good evening, staff. Good evening, council. I'm requesting that council considers the adoption of the Central Park Plan Initiative. The action of doing that does not preclude the city from working with its selected partners, Presidio, the Science and Society Center, Livermore Shakespeare Festival, Madden's Red Bear Property Management Group, or Building Stockman's Park. With the collection of 7,000 valid signatures, the initiative has qualified for the ballot. California has had a long history with initiatives and referendums. Livermore has been quite active in petitioning their elected officials. You can go back to the SAVE initiative of 1972, or Measure D in 2000, which was adopted to save the agricultural and open space land here in Livermore. What about the South Livermore Urban Growth Boundary Initiative? Protects our beloved viticulture heritage. Then there's the North Livermore Urban Growth Boundary Initiative. Protects us from looking like, well, you know, that city to the west. More recently, there was the Citizen Initiative of 2011 to keep BART on 580. Never went to vote, adopted without alteration. 600 signatures were gathered to preserve Lizzie Fountain on the northwest corner of First Livermore, and this was a policy reversal. Recall that the support was by a city-hired expert who strongly recommended replacing the fountain with a space the entire corner building. On days like this, I believe this corner is greatly appreciated by kids of all ages. And dare I say it, I think it's an iconic feature of downtown Livermore. I believe in this plan and am willing to collect signatures for a referendum on the hotel DA if needed. Again, adoption of the Central Park Plan does not preclude working with the city-selected partners or building Stockman's Park.
Thank you, Ms. Caskey. Okay, we're getting up to quarter till. Pleasure of the council, shall we continue until we finish out 5.02? I would like to, pardon me? 5.04, I'm sorry. All right, let me actually pull up my agenda here. Okay, so we have, at last count, we had 62 cards for 5.04. I believe we have 47 cards. Let's say we'll probably have 50 cards for 5.05. So at this rate, that's going to be another 2 hours. Do we want to finish out this item? I think it's sort of the city attorney on this one. I know that if we go to, let's see, we have.
Maybe I can help you out here, Mr. Mayor.
Pardon me?
Maybe I can help you out here.
Okay,
so
yeah, because
your rules of procedure as the City Council, Rule 7.8, precludes you from considering any new items after 11 p.m. So you can continue with this existing item. You have 2 remaining items on your agenda this evening, 5.05 and then 6.03. You could consider those items, but you would have to take a motion and a vote and a motion by the City Council to suspend that particular rule. So that's the decision points in front of you, and you can talk about whether you'd like to proceed.
So what we could do, I think, because everybody wants to stay here till 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, not so many. So what I would suggest is that we finish 5:05. 5:05, sorry. Thank you for keeping me on track. Finish out 5:04, and I want to be able to hear everybody on 5:05, and I don't think it's fair to drag this into tomorrow. Shall we, is there consensus to continue this meeting tomorrow night? Same time, same place? Okay. Do we want to, well, I guess if we're doing everything tomorrow night, there's no compelling rush to go to 6.03 because we can do that tomorrow night.
That is correct.
Okay. So shall we vote to continue 5:04, and then we will continue 5.05 tomorrow night, same time, 7 o'clock? Okay? All right, because that way we can hear from everybody and we don't drag this forever. So is there a motion for the council to continue, to finish out 5.04 tonight, and then we'll move everything else to tomorrow? Okay, moved by the Vice Mayor. Seconded by Councilmember Coomber. We still have about a dozen cards left, so we can finish the testimony tonight, finish the item, and then we will move 5.05 and 6.03 and 7.0 tomorrow. All right?
Do you need to take a vote on the motion? We need to vote on the motion.
Okay, so you moved it. Councilmember Coomer second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passed unanimously. So we can finish out the second. Okay, we'll take a quick break after. Okay, all right. Okay, very good. All right, so thank you for your patience, Ms. Felker. So Allie Felker, Tom O'Neill, Alexandra Henkelman.
I was going to be really disappointed if you made me go home. Mayor and City Council and staff, I ask that you move forward with the DA and that you build the hotel. About a year and a half ago, I told you the story about how I got married in Livermore and really wanted to stay at a nice hotel, and the Purple Orchid was full, and we ended up at the Holiday Inn Express. And while this seems like a first world problem, what it is actually a lot of missed revenue for the city. Recently, I heard a story of a young woman who was getting married and considered Livermore as the place where her and her husband would get married. But because there was no hotel where her guests could stay at that would be fit for her wedding, she ended up getting married in Napa. Now that's revenue that's lost not only to the city through the hotel, but that's also florists, photographers, all the different small local business owners who have lost that revenue continuously because we've been delaying this process. Now, we've heard the reasons why an East Side hotel is more optimal, one of the most important being that we have a developer who's stuck with us and who prefers the East Side location. Now, I'd like to address a few things. Mr. Dunlap brought up this number that 75% wanted the hotel on the west side. I'd really like to see where that number comes from. The only statistic that I've seen that's similar was during the referendum process, in which it was stated that 25% preferred the west side, 25% east, and 50% did not care. And I remember saying to you, east or west, you decide what's best. Well, you decided, you picked the location, we found the developer, and we're moving forward. And I loved that Mr. Ryan spoke about moral and legal obligation. Now, to be lied to and then to hear someone state that there is a moral and legal obligation, I would like to know where their moral and legal obligation was in ensuring truthfulness during the initiative process. We can continue going back and forth with saying, like, I think this would be best, well, I think this would be best. I witnessed the work that went into the steering committee process, and the plan is done, so let's move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Felker. Tom O'Neill, Alexandra Henkelman, Pamela Alejandra.
Mr. Mayor, council, staff, many here seem to feel this initiative business is intruding on democratic process. This is not an intrusion. This is the democratic process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Alexandra Henkelman, Pamela Alejandra, Robert Bloom.
I'll be as brief as possible. I'm a winemaker, I'm a business owner, and a resident of Livermore. I love how much passion there is in this room and in the auxiliary room, and to everybody watching, it's kind of fantastic. But we all want ultimately what's best for this city. And so with that in mind, I just want to say a couple of thank yous. So thank you to City Council and staff. The effort and the time that has been put into making this process inclusive and open to anyone who wanted to have a say is fantastic. The community engagement, everybody has the opportunity to be involved in this process, and it's really a wonderful thing. To the community, those who have invested their time, their heart, and their effort in the process of bringing this hotel, developing our downtown, and engaging in civic partnership is wonderful. To the businesses, organizations, and those unified and partnering together with common goals and shared vision, thank you. That partnership is everything. And to Presidio, thank you for your patience and your partnership in this entire process. It's key to moving forward. I think moving forward with the DA is important in creating the downtown that we ultimately all want to see, whether it's, well, that we all want to see. We want to see this downtown thrive. I chose to move to this town. There's options out there, and I chose to move to this town and make it my home. As a business owner and a homeowner here, I'm ready to move forward. I fully support moving forward with the DA, and I'm excited about the future for it. Thank you.
Ms. Henkel, if you think this is fantastic, wait till September when we're in the new building. That's going to be fantastic.
It's going to be amazing.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Pamela Alejandra, Robert Bloom, Jeff Caskey.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for allowing us to be here and for holding space for all of us to have our voice. I've been doing community engagement activities for about 7 years with over 1,000 installations, and I've been studying cities around the Western United States and the Hawaiian Islands, and I am highly impressed with Livermore. I've been here for 6 weeks only, and I've encountered all of what is happening, and I've had the opportunity to do public engagements in parks in the area where I've been interviewing the citizens as to what their opinion is on this very subject, because I see what you guys have already built, and it's amazing, and it's a city made for the people, with the people, and I wanted to know what the people have to say, and the faith that they have in you guys and everything that you guys have done and how they have supported everything that you guys have done thus far. They don't want a bigger hotel because they feel like it's going to bring a different type of people, a different type of business. They don't want a spa inside the hotel because it's not going to allow them to be in a spa. They want a spa, but for everyone, for the people, and for the people that come in the hotel to allow them to have a spa outdoors. They don't want a restaurant inside the hotel because it's going to take away businesses from the restaurants that are already here, and they're afraid that there are businesses closing on Front Street and like busy areas that should not be closing down. And there's a large part of the population that is not being represented, and that is the Spanish-speaking community that may not even understand what the plan is all about because it's not even translated. I haven't seen one. And maybe it's something that we could bring forward to have them also be participant as to what this situation is. So thank you for the amazing place that this is. I look forward to moving here. For the next 5 years, I'm here to serve you guys, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Bloom, Jeff Caskey, Trent Thompson. Robert Bloom, Jeff Caskey, Trent Thompson, Drew Felker.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and A-Team. Jeff Caskey. Council started with a market-driven RFP. Many of us thought that was short-sighted and would not result in the downtown that Livermore deserves. From that, the Council chose the Lennar Plan. A lot of us thought that was short-sighted, would not result in the downtown that Livermore deserves. In an uphill battle against incumbents, we voted out the council member who most strongly pushed the Lennar Plan. By the time of the election, other members were already announcing the Lennar plan dead. Council created an outreach process shaped by a steering committee that was weighted in favor of the council's preferred East Side plan. But even then, a West Side hotel and the associated broad East-West Park were favored by participants. This was not the result that the council hoped for, so they called it unrepresentative. This council of scientists and engineers claimed to be unable to extract valid information from the well-documented data, except for the one result they liked, that being the ranked list of priorities. Council members angered by the misuse of statistics still seemed quite happy to use this one cherry-picked statistic. Privately, council had been negotiating a separate solution to the whole center section of the downtown area, which resulted in this document's plan. But this wasn't shown to the public until after the public outreach. Council then asked Placeworks to draft two plans, similar, but with an east and a west side plan. But with little explanation. Council went back to the east side plan that they'd been cherishing since before the outreach. A lot of us thought that was short-sighted, would not result in the downtown that Livermore deserves. A referendum gathering signatures, hoping that very limited tool would allow council to reconsider. Instead, they made minimum specific changes required and continued. A lot of us thought that was short-sighted and would not result in the kind of downtown that Livermore deserves, and so resorted to an initiative, more powerful tool to create the downtown that Livermore's residents continue to want. And then they kicked off this DA process, intending to use land titles to block the initiative, which they apparently are fairly confident will pass. I think that that is also short-sighted, will not result in the kind of downtown that Livermore deserves. I urge you to prove that you were not just elected to be the deciders, but the collaborators, and not the name callers, but the people who bring this together. I want to note that one earlier speaker suggested that the people who are supporters of this initiative should support the arts and community. Does she have any idea who she's talking about? The crew of people you've seen up here who are supporting this initiative are some of the largest supporters of the arts and culture, not the only ones, you have plenty others, but to impugn that these people are not supporting Livermore is just crazy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Caskey. Trent Thompson, Drew Felker, David Stunkel.
Both Trent and David Stunkel
Okay.
had to leave, but they both wanted the DA to go forward. So I'd like everyone to take a deep breath. It's been a long night. And to think about your kids. Think about who, they wanted, who you wanted them to be, who you wanted them to grow up to be, how you wanted to treat people. My mom and dad raised me here. They raised me to be honest, and they raised me to fight for what I believed in. Joan and Jean, what legacy are you trying to leave? You paid signature gatherers.
Please
and your
speak to the council.
volunteers. Oh, sorry. Okay, so, oops. Basically, the signature gatherers lied a ton on camera and misrepresented, and it's shameful, and it's dishonest, and it's generally terrible. I was going to try to be nice, but then apparently I don't know how this works. Oops. Just move forward with the DA. This is like getting paid signature gatherers to misrepresent and lie is not the democratic process. It's totally a sham, and you all five know it. You watched it. You watched their plans be posted without the Stockman Park listed on it. This is crazy. Like, I don't think our community deserves better. It deserves the five of you. It deserves who it voted for. Let's just go and just do it.
Thank you, Mr. Felker. David Stunkel, and we'll give Trent Thompson another try. No. Lynn Seppala, Travis Fisher.
Good evening. Why the push for an initiative to create a Central Park with a West Side Hotel now? Well, here's my view. I was a member of the 19-member steering committee, and yes, as staff noted tonight, a key finding was a hotel fronting on Livermore Avenue, whether east or west. However, as soon as the commission was terminated, literally a minute later, the city council precluded Westside Hotel by placing a park in a blocking position. Why did the city invalidate the one key finding that all 19 members agreed upon, effectively marginalizing the 3-month effort of that steering committee? Did the council say, no, we can't have that park there because we just spent $500,000 on an outreach process? No, you let them block it there. The city council let us down by failing to follow process. We were charged with finding facts and acting on those facts. That did not happen, and now we have an initiative, and we'll probably have a referendum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seppala. Travis Fisher.
How's it going? As a young man growing up in the East Bay all my life, and being a Boy Scout myself, so I've actually been to a couple city council meetings myself. I've only become aware of this recently, but I am in favor of the DA, and speaking on behalf of, I think, not represented majority of young people in the East Bay, I think this is something that, if not all of my friends, majority of young people would be in favor of, which is change. And change is constant. That's the only thing we have and the only thing that's going to be constant. And procrastination will limit our opportunities. And I think what is going on here needs to happen. And I run a small business in Livermore myself. Being open for 2 years, I've seen a lot of growth in the area, and I'm happy about it. And I own a media production company, podcasts, videos, photos, and I'm willing to use all my media potential that I have to get young people informed about this, because I think this is necessary. So if you have any messages you want to get to the young people, I'm more than happy to put it through social media. I market for Beer Baron Livermore, so I'm very active in the community. So speaking on behalf of young people, I think this is necessary, and I'm willing to put my tools in place to inform them about that. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Okay, we got through it. Very good. So it's 11 o'clock. All right. Did you want to take like a 5-minute before we deliberate? Okay, so any questions there at this point from anyone? Okay, take a 5-minute break. Back here at 10 after. Okay, great, and thank you, and welcome back to round 3 of the July 22nd Livermore City Council, almost the July 23rd City Council. So we are in the middle of, we just finished the public testimony on 5.04, and it's come back to the council. 5.05, it was decided will be considered tomorrow evening, along with 6.03. So those will be done tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, starting here again. So we're back to considering 5.04. So we closed the public comment period, bringing it back to the council. So what is the pleasure of the council? Comments?
Well, wait,
Vice Mayor
a couple of questions for Mr. City Attorney. We had several people suggest that if we were to approve this DA this evening, that what we were doing was illegal and annulling the right of the voters to vote on the initiative. Are either of those things true?
No, sir, no, they are not. The speakers also made reference to what is the appropriate action, which is a referendum of that development agreement, which is a separate action. That's completely separate from the initiative.
Completely separate. So if we were to approve the DA, it does not eliminate the opportunity for people to vote on the initiative as it stands today.
That is correct.
Okay. I have another question. We also heard from a couple of different people that said that 3/4 of the public supported the West Side Hotel. That number seems to have grown since, I think it used to be 2/3 that we heard. Mr. City Manager, could you help enlighten us? My thinking was it was more like 60-40.
since we're going to be back here tomorrow night, we can bring you exact numbers, but
Okay.
that's closer to my recollection as well. There were people who didn't have a preference as well, so we can bring you back more information on that.
Okay, that'd be good. Thank you.
Well, my community development director's a step ahead of me. So.
Wow. It's tomorrow already.
50%
It's on tomorrow already.
west side, 34% east side, 16% undecided.
One more time, please. Thank you.
A little louder.
Yeah, it's 50% west side, 34% east side, 16% undecided. Is that what you have, Steve?
Okay, thank you. It's not 3/4. Thank you.
So half preferred west side. So of the people that stated a preference, half stated the west side preference. Okay, thank you. That's a vast difference. Comments? Councilmember
Oh,
Grover?
me? Already?
Or we can.
I don't even know where to start. You know, I had a selection of comments I wanted to make here too, and it makes me wonder why I got into this, quite honestly, because if we're not a representative republic, I don't know that every time there's a disagreement, there's an initiative, or a referendum, or a tar and feathering, I guess. Who knows what's going to happen next? But it's not so much frightening as frustrating. And I am really frustrated because there's a lot of things I'd like to see started downtown. Stockman's Park being one of them, the hotel being one of them. As those who are still here remember probably, I was the one council member who voted for the West Side Hotel. But I respected the process in elected representation that the other four approved the East Side. And I went for that. I didn't bounce up and down in my wheelchair here, didn't raise my voice, didn't scream at anybody. It's what we've decided on, and it's done. That was my take then. That we're still here talking about it instead of having broken ground a year ago is obscene. And I won't use a stronger word, but I'm not happy with it. I'd rather have moved on to other things. There are so many other things, so many other opportunities to be able to spend this time addressing homeless issues, all kinds of things going on around town that we don't have a chance to address because we are up against these kind of processes that constrain us and keep us talking about the same thing year after year after year. And frankly, I'm just ready to move on. I'm ready to move forward with this. I want to see Mr. Patel stay here in town and get this thing done. I know we've had conversations over time as well as with city staff about the funding required to what we'd have to do to promote an additional plan, since developers didn't want a West Side Hotel. It's fine if, everybody in town voted for it, but if nobody wants to build it, then we're right back where we started. And that was my experience going in. Nobody wanted that site. And yet afterwards I heard, yes, well, where were they in the beginning? Where were they when these things were being talked about before us here, coming to the council? Where was that West Side developer who had a plan for us? He didn't exist. So I'll leave it at that and let's move forward.
Councilmember Monroe?
Yeah, I've got a couple things to say. So I'm not quite sure what order I want to do this in, but I'll take the stuff that I wrote first, and that actually has to do with a name that's come up now 3 times in my hearing, and that's Don Miller's name. Now, here's the thing. It was brought into the conversation last council meeting as someone who would have advocated for slowing down approval process. Now, it takes a fair bit of chutzpah to invoke the dead to promote one's current agenda. And as Don was my first political mentor and a family friend to the point that my grandson bears his Hebrew name, I pay attention when his name is mentioned, particularly with regard to where the city's going. So this past week, I spoke with his daughter, And I didn't do it to get her opinion of what Don would think here and now, but to keep some historical perspective. And this is what I learned. And I think it's relevant, not specifically around this, the DA itself, but around how we think of ourselves as a city and who we're doing this for. Don Miller had a fierce reputation of standing against developers, but he did not fight developers simply because they were developers, but because he saw them primarily as interested in their own profits, their own selves, not the good of the community. So back in the 1960s and 1970s, developers just developed, giving little or nothing back to the community in the way of infrastructure or amenities. In those days, land out here was cheap, and so building big homes was profitable. Don saw developers coming in and wanting to build as many big, expensive houses on as many small lots as possible in order to maximize their return. He wanted small houses on reasonably sized lots. If you take a look around town from that era, the homes are 1,200 to 1,700 square feet, big enough for a family, not so big that they're unaffordable. They're the homes that he wanted the developers to build, homes that made this city affordable for the little guy. That's what this city stands for. Homes that give Livermore its character now. And as a side note, by the way, this conversation took place as I was walking through the Jensen tract, looking around at precisely the same type of homes that Don was fighting to have here in Livermore. So a lot's changed in the 1960s, since the 1960s and 70s, and some of it's good, some of it's not. Prop 13, Silicon Valley, and the resulting explosion of this Bay Area, a city staff that works with developers to ensure that they pay their share for infrastructures and amenities. Do any of us know what Don Miller or any of the other people from the past who have been mentioned would do now? No, but we do know who Don Miller was. He was a man of deep integrity, a man who was concerned about caring for future generations, and a fierce advocate for the little guy and the downtrodden. And now that's a model that we can all aspire to, and that's what I aspire to. That's what drives me. So now to the actual matter that we're considering. Short version, I'm voting for this. Longer version, I want to respond to some of the comments. First of all, Mr. Caskey, you mentioned the use of statistics and said something along the lines of, oh golly, sounds like only one statistic's mentioned. Back in January, which by the way was a year and a half ago, when I analyzed the report, and I did that in my professional capacity as a sociologist, what I found was a very careful mixed method use of gathering data, and then a very careful analysis of that. And I actually wrote it up I've got about 2,000 words. 2,000 words of analysis. Most of that sits because most people don't want to hear it. But anytime you want it, we can go over it. Initiatives, it really, I said last meeting, and I'll say it again, you can get it in signatures on initiative to get pi equal to 3.0. You can do it. I promise you, because you want to know how I know that? Because in the last election, we had Measure U. It qualified for the ballot. How did it lose? It lost 80% to 20%. It overwhelmingly lost. The fact that you get something on the ballot means nothing because signature gatherers lie. I was kind of impressed at the number of people who said before they explained why they wanted Central Park that they were longtime members, they had paid taxes, they were homeowners, and they paid property taxes as well. Here's the thing, none of that matters. What matters is, do you vote in Livermore? Do you vote in Livermore? It's the voting that matters. And in fact, at the time that this country was founded, that was part of the argument. Do property owners have a better voice than anyone else? And the answer was no. So I'm really, really kind of appalled by the idea that because you've lived here a long time, and by the way, I've lived here 33 years, so there's my creds. I have a house. I pay property taxes too. That gives you more credibility than someone who's been here for a short time and can afford only to rent because we don't provide enough affordable housing? Really? Whew. Okay, calming down. There's a couple of other things on here, but here's the other thing, is that these arguments are going round and round again. I'm saying the same things. Y'all are saying the same things. We know where we're going. We know where the lines are drawn. You want to do a referendum? you know what? Stamp your feet some more. Go for it.
Councilmember Warner?
Okay. I would say, it's a little unfortunate that we're breaking this up over a couple of evenings, but it's really good to hear from everybody. And I have a fair number of comments to make on the overall plan and the initiative and that kind of stuff. I'll just say I've analyzed it, and I think it's irresponsible. And that's just a preview for next night. So come back tomorrow night and we'll go through it. But with respect to the thing that we're talking about now, and that is the DA with the hotelier, I've got a couple of questions. And first of all, to the staff. Has staff had any contact with the hotelier Mr. Caskey referenced in his remarks at the last council meeting?
Yes, our Director of Innovation and Economic Development, Adam Vandewater, has had a conversation with the developer.
And Mr. Vandewater, could you summarize that?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Adam Vandewater, the Director of Innovation and Economic Development. I had a robust conversation with a hotelier from Southern California who has experienced and capitalized enough to construct a hotel in Livermore. After about an hour's worth of conversation and much discussion of location and political climate and costs and other details, he indicated that he would not be interested in pursuing that at this time.
And so the question was he given correct information as to the situation in Livermore, or did you manage to inform him?
I tried to give him the lay of the land as I understood it, which included where we are in the process with the exclusive negotiating agreement and the development and disposition agreement, what I understood to be the various concerns that you've been hearing here tonight, and where we are in the process, and that resulted in his not wanting to pursue the matter further.
Would you characterize some of the information he was given as misleading?
He was under the impression that that we didn't have a viable option, and that he would be asked to come in to provide that viable option.
And who gave him that information?
I was connected to him by Ms. Sepula.
Thank you. I've got a question now for Mr. Rakesh Patel. And have you spoken with your hotel partner about other hoteliers expressing interest in the downtown hotel project?
I have, yes. Would you like me to
Yes.
explain? I received a call from a senior executive from Marriott sometime after, I believe, Mr. Vandewater's conversation with the developer. The concern from Marriott was a valid one, and the reason it's valid is because we are in the process of finalizing our franchise agreement with Marriott. The senior executive informed me that he had been told that we were no longer interested in Livermore and that we could not perform our obligations under our existing DDA with the city, and he wanted to confirm that that was not true, which I told him it was not.
Thank you. So the next question is, I would say, based on your cumulative book of business, is it appropriate to refer to your firm as a billion-dollar real estate developer?
That would be correct, yes.
And that you're fully capable of completing the Wine Country Hotel at the Bankhead?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Patel. So, I'm sorry. So the this other Marriott agent was told that you had withdrawn.
That's correct. And to elaborate on that further, the developer that Mr. Vandewater had the conversation with, does a lot of business with Marriott and in fact knows my father. So there's a circular connection there, and there was a lot of concern as to what was being told and whether it affected our reputation, which it did at the time, and I rightfully corrected. So it was a problem that was solved, yes.
So,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
so frankly, I would characterize such spreading of false rumors as malicious. The other thing that I would say, on a few occasions, I was lied to by the signature gatherers. Just outright lies that the Central Park plan had been the long-standing plan for the community that had been promised for years, and that the council was now violating it and was going to plop a hotel in the middle of the west side in this promised park. Ridiculous. So I too agree with the others that point out that just because you can lie to get signatures doesn't mean you represent the population, and that what counts are votes. And every time we've had a vote, you lost. So that's the way it is. And I think the Measure U is a very good example. So it's just phenomenal, the number of things that you have been saying that are just not true. So I think we are not violating your constitutional rights. You've threatened that you're going to referend. That's fine. So that means you get to vote. You're going to get to vote on this initiative. I think we're going to be voting a lot, and then we'll see how it turns out. And I'll just say, the tone of voice, if you don't do what we say, we're going to referend. I'll tell you what that reminds me of. I was in a meeting with Council Members Spadowski and Joan Sepla, Gene King. Joan Sepla pounded the table, said, "This is a fight to the death. I'm going to take you out if you don't do what I say." This is very, very bad behavior. Wow. You then, okay. So it is true. We have lots of witnesses. So I'm just disgusted with what's going on. And I think we have every right to move forward. We were voted in to move forward, and so I'm in favor of moving forward with the DA.
Vice Mayor Carling?
So, like my colleagues, I'm also in favor of moving forward with the DA. I'll take a slightly different approach to tell you why I'm in favor of it, and it comes from a quote that I'm going to quote a pass or sentence from a letter to the editor in the last week's Independent from one of the supporters of the Central Park plan. And the sentence is, they, meaning us, the City Council, adopted another design foreign to the public process, comma, but friendly to 7 self-interested groups. So let me start with the first part, that we adopted a design foreign to the public process. We didn't. I mean, I think I was pretty clear the last night of a official steering committee meeting, when one of the speakers from the public stood up and said we should pick a plan. That was never the intent of the steering committee. The steering committee was to collect information from citizens, residents, absolutely. From experts, absolutely. From the staff that provided their own professional opinions about what we should do. And then it was up to the 5 of us to make a decision from that information. And that I made abundantly clear, and for some reason, that particular point of view has been lost in the months since then. And everything that we did was out in the open. So to suggest that somehow we picked a design, which we didn't even do that. The mayor led us through a very deliberative process where he took up each of the items in turn and created what is now the plan before us. So to suggest that we picked a design that was foreign to the public process. This is simply a misrepresentation of what occurred. But speaking of something that was foreign to the public process, that's the plan that we see provided by the folks backing the initiative. Where was the public process for that? This is a bunch of cartoons that are drawn by people that I'm not sure what their technical backgrounds are in terms of hotels and so on and so forth. I was asked to speak to an architect one time about the hotel. Fine architect. I'm sure he does beautiful work. At the end of the meeting, I asked, so what hotel have you built? Well, he hadn't built any. What hotel have you designed? Well, he hadn't designed any either. So, thank you. So I question the fact that this particular person is criticizing us for a design that was foreign to the public process, when that's exactly, at least from my point of view, is exactly what the backers of the Central Park Initiative is all about. Let me go to the second part. But friendly to 7 self-interested groups versus what, 1? So I don't know what the 7 groups are, but let me take a stab at it. And you can argue whether you agree with these or not. Let me start with the Stockmans. Self-interested group. This is a group of people that have been waiting since 1962 to get a park built. And we haven't lived up to it, citizens of Livermore, but we're about to. And what do they want to do? They want to celebrate the ranching history in this community and the veterans that served from World War I till now. That's a self-interested group, all right. And working with the Interfaith Council. I mean, Lanning Thompson was here tonight to talk about that. So those two groups combined have helped us save millions of dollars because we can put the senior housing on Pacific and build that beautiful park that we promised them in 1962. So that's group number 1, at least from my thinking. Number 2, the wine growers. We have 50 or 60 wineries in this town that we're all very, very proud of. But you know, they have trouble with even going to competitions because there's no place for people to stay. I've read this in magazines that are not published in Livermore or even in the Bay Area. But one of the criticisms is there's no place to stay. And yet here we have an opportunity to build a great hotel downtown that would help support the wine growers and the many wineries that we have here in town. So that's another self-interested group, number 2. Number 3, the Science and Society Museum. We have 2 national labs in this town. We're the only city in the world that has 2 national labs. They've contributed remarkably, both of those labs have contributed remarkably to the national security that we all enjoy in this country, and to the energy efficiency of engines, which is my particular bailiwick. They've been enormous, and we have no museum to celebrate what we have here, right here in town. And where is the plan that is on the initiative now? Where is the Science Museum? It's stuck out on L Street. Do you know where it was originally in their plan? On the 2nd floor of the parking garage. So how can this possibly be something that is supported by this group, and yet they stick it out on the far edges of their plan? I just don't get it. LSF, Livermore Shakespeare Festival, is number 4, I think. So look where they put that, and look where they put the stage. The stage is not coincident with the building. Yet I was told by one of the proponents of this, oh, it doesn't matter. That's what they do out at Wente. Well, sure, that's what they do out at Wente, but that's because of the way the layout is at Wente. And it works fine out there, but that's not what the Black Box Theater is all about. It's about being able to open up to a wide expanse of the green space that the Stockman Park is providing. And yet somebody that's drawn this cartoon has decided they know better than the professionals that are proposing this Black Box Theater. again, I'm just astounded at the chutzpah. 5 and 6, and maybe another one here, is the Chamber of Commerce, LDI, and maybe ITV. They represent, I mean, even Ms. Argula talked about 500 plus people or businesses that are part of the chamber. And certainly dozens of businesses, retail, that are part of LDI. And who knows how many people within ITV and companies within ITV. These are all enormous groups that support the development that the city has laid out. And finally, I'd like to call out Unify Livermore. These are the young people. These are people the ages of our kids that sit up here. We're responsible, at least I believe, we're responsible for thinking about the future of this community and not what's best for me as a 70-plus-year-old person. How do we make this a better place for them now and in the future? And I see that in the plan that we put forward. Now, I know that these are all self-interested groups, but I think the point that was made earlier by one of the speakers was, we want a diverse, modern community. And that's what those 7 groups or 7+ groups represent. A diverse set of people that have come together to suggest how we might move forward with this. Not a single group of self-interested people, but 7+ groups of self-interested people that want to move this community forward. I'm sure I haven't changed a single mind in this building or the people out there in the community, but maybe there's a few people that have been undecided about this and would think about what each of us have said up here tonight, including the comments from all of you, to make a decision, because there's nothing to stop this from going to a vote. Nothing that we do tonight with the DA, as pointed out by the city attorney, is going to stop this from going to a vote. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Carling. And I'd like to point out another contribution that the laboratories have made to the city, and that is 2 of the council members that are up here are from the laboratories. So, pardon?
And her husband.
Oh yeah, right. Well, but I mean, they're sitting up here. Yeah, great contributions as well. We heard over and over again that there were 7,500 signers of the initiative, 7,500 valid signatures. 43,000 did not. 43,000 voters in Livermore did not sign that. We told you, base it on the facts. That's it. Base this on the facts. And we've been told that a 133-room hotel on South Livermore would gridlock traffic. Now, a 350-space parking structure, letting all their cars out onto the street at the exact same time, that wouldn't, but yet a 133-room hotel would. That defies logic, and a number of us there are scientists. Michael Frederick said that this will move quickly if the council just rolls over and adopts this thing. I'm sorry. Back to that point about the 133-room hotel versus the 300-space parking structure, there's been no financial analysis on the drawing that Dr. Carling references. There's been no financial analysis. There's been no traffic pattern analysis on that. And if people are going to get really excited about the traffic coming out of a 133-room hotel, the most recent traffic numbers that I see are that the Chick-fil-A on the same street on Livermore Avenue will generate probably 3 times the traffic of the hotel. So based on the logic I'm hearing tonight, the placement of the Chick-fil-A should go on the ballot The Chick-fil-A should go on the ballot because this council does not have the wherewithal to decide where a fast food restaurant should go. No offense to Chick-fil-A, but we've gone through the analysis. We've done a lot of work on this. We listened to the public, and one of the things that we heard from the public, back to the 2016 election, don't Dublinize downtown. Don't Dublinize downtown Livermore. We heard it over and over again. It was on all kinds of flyers that I saw because they didn't want increased densities in the downtown. One of the things I heard over and over again from the outreach, hundreds of people at this podium and the podium at Robert Livermore Center said, don't increase the densities in the downtown. They didn't want micro units either. And yet this initiative proposes 150 units to the acre. 150 units to the acre. Nobody wanted that. And yet this is what I hear from the public, is they didn't want this. But on the other hand, I'm hearing, do what the public wants. Well, what I have heard from all this public outreach is that they did not want increased densities. Talk about disingenuous. To see on these, well, and people spoke about it tonight, but it's on the plan. Excuse me, it's on the drawing. It's on the drawing. It says multi-family housing. These are 400 square foot micro units. Who wants to put a family into a 400 square foot micro unit? And the overwhelming opposition to micro units that we heard from the outreach that Dr. Carling and Councilmember Warner put together. They worked on this, and we heard overwhelming input from the public. Let's just wait a few months. I heard that a few times tonight. Let's wait a few months. One of the things that we are empowered is we hear over and over again that the people of this community are tired of waiting for parking. And we're not going to wait for a year before anything happens. We have been empowered to get stuff done in this community. We heard that that the public wants more parking. They want open space. They want to protect the town character. They don't want a hotel either towering over Blacksmith Square, or the first preference was to bulldoze Blacksmith Square and take it out. That was the first preference of the people that gave us the drawing for their opinion of the downtown plan. Instead of 75%, we're down to 50% supported the West Side Hotel. But again, one finding, and I'm quoting from comments that were expressed, one finding in particular was stressed over and over again. Hotel consultants were adamant that regardless of where the hotel was located, this iconic building must be a prominent presence on South Livermore Avenue, visible as visitors arrive. Please remember the wishes of the public voiced during this extensive outreach effort. I hope you will work with your staff to honor these requests from the citizens of your city. Thank you. And yet this initiative specifically prohibits a hotel on South Livermore Avenue. It specifically prohibits it, and yet everybody agreed that the hotel had to have an iconic presence. A conversation that I had when I suggested that this was going to blow up any effort in the downtown and probably nothing would happen for 10 years. The response was, I'm good with that. No, we need to move the downtown plan ahead. You know what? We adopted the referendum, and we've heard nothing but complaints because we adopted the referendum. You got what you wanted. You got the referendum. We did everything that you wanted, and you're complaining about it. So we are empowered to move things ahead, not to wait another 15 months before we even start talking about when the parking's going in. This community wants more parking. They want it now. They don't want to wait 15 months for that. We need to move this project ahead. Yeah. So, with that, we're empowered to do this. And I said, we're not going to have an initiative. We're not going to have a vote on whether we're going to put a Chick-fil-A on the left side of the street or the right side of the street. We need to move this ahead. And the best way to do this, in my estimation, is that we adopt the DA tonight. We have a developer. I am just astonished that there was this effort to subvert what this council had done, that we had worked with a hotelier developer, and to have someone come in and say, oh, they pulled out, they withdrew, but I have somebody. This is about integrity, and to have the integrity of those of us up here attacked, to have the integrity of Eden Housing attacked, people that are doing so much for the people that are underserved in this community, such as Eden Housing, is unconscionable. And it's a lie. I mean, it's a straight up fabrication and a lie, and I find that extremely troubling. So with that, my comments are done. Do we have a motion from the council?
Sure, I'll move.
Councilmember Monroe makes the motion.
Second.
Vice Mayor Carling seconds the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We do want to be clear that your motion reflected the staff recommendation in your written materials and not in the display. The display actually says adopting an ordinance. You're introducing an ordinance this evening, which
Yes,
is what all of your written materials.
That was your motion, correct?
That's what he said.
What's in your written material, not what's displayed there. Where you're not adopting an ordinance, you're introducing the ordinance.
Yes.
Very good.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Monroe, seconded by Vice Mayor Carling. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We will see you back here tomorrow night for round 4, 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Thank you.